Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, collectors of confidence, toughness, might, and vigor, welcome back to Tunic Counter Gamers. It's time to lace up your boots, roll up your sleeves, and punch in with your best strategy. Because today, we're stepping into the ring to review Super Slam, Flesh and Blood's 17th booster set. And man, it is a doozy. Here's the play-by-play. In Super Slam, the Deathmatch Arena is live again. No weapons, just hero versus hero, brute versus guardian, fits and wits, all fighting each other. You'll get the chance to pick sides. Are you revered, drawing cheers with honor and glory? Or reviled, reveling in booze, dirty tactics, and crowd attention? We also tie into additional new talents. All right, more on that later. But every word from the crowd could tip the balance. Will you rise below? Will you rise beloved? Or go down reviled? Let's get ready to tune it up and get in the ring. And then I think our guest speaker came in here and said, Scapskin isn't a great card. Put your comments down below if you don't agree with him. I certainly don't. Oh, Evan. All right. So, set review time, guys. I'm excited. I wasn't hyped on this set before, but here we are. And the more I saw the cards, the more I'm like, okay, I could get with this. I'm wearing my special shirt because no one wanted to see my body.
Your peck perfect body.
My peck perfect body. So, I'll be wearing this and maybe some Speedos to the pre-release next week. More on that next week. But yeah, so Ning, we have a special guest with us before we go into the whole Super Slam set review. Want to bring some attention to him?
Sure. So we have Rich, Andrew Lorenz. He's number 46 on ELO in the US. He made top 8 in the Calling Tampa. Did both Battle Hardened Atlanta 2023 and 2025. Also in Battle Hardened Charlotte 2023. Yeah. So pretty cool.
And yeah, multiple top 8s in all those big tournaments. And, again, we like to call him Andrew the Dream Crusher Lorenz because he's the first stopgap at us getting better in our local meta, right? Because we have to pit up with his, you're a dumbass, and he walks away. No, I'm just joking, Andrew. You really not ever like that.
I think it.
I feel it.
We all feel it.
At one time, you just didn't know how decompose worked for an game. I was legitimately concerned for your literacy at that point, man.
Well, it's there's text on these cards, and every week I always say that's what I learned, right? Hey, I should probably read these cards. I'm getting better at that, right? But Andrew, one of the things we always ask every guest that comes on, how did you start Flesh and Blood? What's your origin story?
Yeah, so basically, I have a friend who's a store owner that has been my friend for years, and so back in 2020, he was like, should I pick up this game? And he's like, I picked it up, you should try it. I'm like, sure. And that's it. Pretty good.
I mean,
did COVID happen and I stopped playing because nobody played during COVID.
But so who started first? Was it you or what we lovingly call Old Man Evan? Who was it? You that started first?
It was me. I was playing during Alpha.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
from the get-go.
And so, was this something that you picked up naturally? And you're like, man, this is a great game. The mechanics were just kind of suited to my, play style. And is that why it really drew you? Did you come from another card game, or was it Flesh and Blood first and foremost?
Yeah, I came from Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
I was playing Legacy at the time in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was enjoying that. And the Wizards of the Coast kept messing up. And made that game less fun. And then I'm like, this game looks fun. And I started playing CC. And then they introduced Blitz, and I stopped playing because it was during COVID, and nobody played during COVID.
I mean, it's hard to play in the Flesh and Blood if everyone's isolated.
Yeah, no. You had to play with tabletop simulator and webcam games back then. It was rough.
That's when that's the equivalent of walking through the snow, uphill both ways. We get it, man. But you did have a nice, robust collection since you first started back in WTR Alpha, right?
I wish it was better because all I was doing was playing limited. So I'd open free packs. And so actuality, I have maybe a box and a half of alpha cards.
Okay.
And so cool. It's not actually that cool. It just sounds like I have a lot of stuff. Yeah, and I made the mistake of wanting to play Bravo. So that means I played the one hero that didn't have Tunic. But
That's funny.
All right. So, if you guys remember us from the last set review we do, we're going back to our traditional scoring system. And traditional in the sense that this is not crack shuffle play format. It is a traditional sealed environment. So, we have a scoring system. We are only going to cover this set in a limited capacity. So, no legendaries, no expansion slot cards, and none of that. But our scoring system is pretty good. Number one is a cracked bauble. It's your bare minimum. In fact, you could probably take this card out and put a cracked bauble in, and there would be no difference in your deck design. All right. Number two is below average. Mistakes were made when you were doing your construction, or you fit in the wrong hero, and you had to fill in your deck. So you want to put this card in there because it's better than a cracked bauble. Three is average cards. You'll have them, and not be embarrassed that you're playing with them. They're not ideal, right? But they are just the glue that holds your deck together. And then four are the pretty good cards. They're the super good commons, the pretty decent majestics, all these kind of cards. And then number five is our great cards. Now, we heard our reviews and our comments from last time. We gave out way too many fives. So one of my things here is I'm restricting us to 3 fives per person. Is that fair? I'm surprising you with this, but 3 per person for the whole entire set. These are the bombs. These are the nasty cards where you see it and you're your opponent just gives up hope on living. This is the suplex, skull crushing,
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Will. We're missing one cast member, and so therefore I actually have 6.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'll ask him real quick if he's okay with that.
And he'd probably say no. All right. So that's the nitty-gritty. For those that are with us, I'm going to put timestamps down below. The way that we cover this set is going to be very similar in how the set is laid out in the number format. So the first one's going to be Revered Brute. Then we're going to go to Revered Guardian. Then the Revered Cards in general. We'll go over to the Reviled Brute. And then we'll cover the Reviled Guardian. And then we'll do the Reviled Cards. After this, we go into the Brute cards, the Guardian cards, and then we end with the generic cards. So it's a long video, but we'll try to timestamp them each at the appropriate time. So if you want to skip ahead and kind of learn for yourself, that's what you could do. And then that's pretty much everything. No need to cover weapons, but before we start into the actual set, let's do a brief refresher and cover our token cards, because it seems like tokens in the set is going to be very important. Hope you guys can turn your screen to the side, because we got Vigor and Confidence first. So,
do we not have a regular card?
I mean, I don't. Dude, it's already going off the rails. I don't want to mess with the.
Bad idea.
I don't want to mess with it, guys. But okay, I don't think I could try to hard search a confidence token if you want.
I could send you one.
Okay. All right. This is me being cheeky. Obviously, they didn't like it, so I don't know what to tell you guys.
Hey, I can read it just fine.
Okay, then we'll go with this. You guys, for our audience there, just turn your phone to the side and auto-lock your screen. I'll start with this first token card. Vigor, it's a classic. At the start of your turn, destroy this, then gain 1 resource.
Alrighty, and then we have Confidence. So this is new for the Super Slam set. At the start of your turn, destroy this. Then the next attack action card you play this turn cannot be. This includes equipment as well.
And I think you broke up a little bit. So can you read the last part again?
Last part. I don't know. It's one sentence.
Yeah.
At the start of your turn, destroy this. Then the next attack action card you play this turn cannot be defended by more than 2 non-blocked cards.
Okay. And then, of course, we're going back into the natural one. Andrew, if you want to go ahead and crack at it.
So might tokens say at the start of your turn, destroy this. Then your next attack this turn gets +1.
And then I got toughness. At the start of your opponent's turn, destroy this. Then the next action card you defend with this turn gets +1 defense, this chain link. So, nothing, I should say. I can see a lot of potential with this. And of course, our revered #1 spot, the Cracked Bauble. All right. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So we are going to start with the Revered Brute first. What we do is we always read the hero abilities. Ning, you want to take us off?
Sure. So we have Tuffnut. He is our revered brute. He has an intelligence of 3, meaning that you can only draw up to 3 cards in your hand. As an instant, tap the hero, pitch the top card of your deck. If it has 6 or more attack, the crowd cheers for you. Whenever the crowd cheers you, create a toughness token.
Okay. And then not unpopular, but he's 3 intellect, 20 health.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Very
now,
interesting.
Usually after we read the hero card, we cover the hero's weapons. But strangely enough, in Super Slam, there is no hero weapons. It is just here, right? But we do have the next card. And so before we go into the next card, what do we think about the hero's ability and the hero itself?
Basically, like, his hero ability lends himself to be pretty good at playing long games, because every turn that you get his ability off, you get a toughness token, which means you're able to make pretty much 1 card per turn block for at least 1 more. And so, like, in terms of like pure value, he's the easiest to extract value out of your deck.
Interesting.
And even with a 3 intellect, you don't see that as a major handicap?
I mean, like, the 3 intellect is, like, not really true, because his ability is basically the 4th card in his hand. It's just, you don't get to choose it, but, like, once you hit second cycle, theoretically you should be choosing it.
Yeah. So definitely rewarding those people that kind of understand the pitch deck more and then goes and kind of memorize their cards. So it's like a brute Kano.
It's like something that's like nice is that it's easy if you just pick up your deck and just count like 4 cards over and over again, and just be like, all right, I should put the 6 here for second cycle.
Interesting, yeah. That's a great tip. All right, so covering the next part is
tough leather boots.
Yep, tough leather boots.
Yeah, I'll have to read this. Yes, this is 1 block with Blade Break, and if you control toughness and a vigor token, this gets +2.
All right. And our
first. And interesting. So you need both.
It's not just 1.
Interesting.
I mean, so our first rating system scale 1 through 5. What do you guys think?
Well,
I mean, it's equipment. I know it doesn't really fit that mold, but you know, if you had
I mean, like, I think like all equipment is like, if it blocks for 1, it's basically like automatic.
Yeah, so it's already a 3 just by the default of bidding equipment, and if you draw and you can play the hero, just put it in your deck anyways, right? Until we get to the other generic equipments down the set, we can talk about that versus this hero-specific equipments.
Yeah, you're right. My first 5 goes out to this. Absolutely.
Like, there's not even like a lot of equipment in this set. Like, literally, I think for each slot there is literally 2 options for every hero.
Yeah,
like, this is competing with Toby Jugs. Like,
and,
like, do you know what that card does?
I guess
not
we
yet.
I guess we'll talk about that.
We'll get there.
Yeah, when that's the competition. Yeah, this is like 4 out of 5, easy.
Yeah.
I guess if that's comparative, so I guess when we get to Toby Jugs, we'll talk about
that's my first 5, maybe.
All right. And I get to cover the first Majestic, Good-Natured Brutality. This is a yellow pitch, 2 cost. When this defends, if you have no cards in your hand, it gets +6 defense, and the crowd cheers you. This is 6 attack and 0 defense printed. Man, it is a Majestic slot. I think the numbers are right. I would give this a 4. I feel like it's going to be very easy to play this last, but the issue is, maybe it's not a 4. Maybe it's a 3.
Yeah, if you look at the set, there's not a lot of actual hand extension in the entire set. Like, and so like your opponent's not going to be attacking you with Go Again. Now, if your opponent's like attacking you for like 10 plus damage, this card's fantastic. It's like I think it's like a 4 out of 5 just because like due to the way it's worded, if you just block with your entire hand, like this will trigger.
Yes, it's
this
true.
Gets you your 12 block, right? And you get your toughness or whatever.
Oh man, look at this badass over here with free blocks in his entire hand unlimited. This is more like a 10.
You're not wrong.
So, but the thing is it's I mean, I guess it's on value with the number if you're doing it for the pure block, but the yellow pitch 2 cost 6 attack. I mean, I'm going to say it's a 3. I can see how it could be a 4 if you just lay down your whole hand and just block out. But, Ning, what's your answer before we move on?
Without looking at all the other cards, I mean, it's somewhere between a 3 and a 4. I feel like, I don't know, based off of what I have looked at these cards, it feels like it's relatively easy to set up huge attack turns, and therefore, depending on if you're on setup or if they're doing a super big turn, I can see this jump from a 3 to a 4 very quickly.
Yeah, and I think if let's say like Andrew was saying, block out your whole hand and you have one card in Arsenal, using Tuffnut's ability, you could play that card from Arsenal and still kind of relatively do a very powerful attack, even if it's a yellow card or a 2 cast. So you could still do a 0 card 6, roughly using Tuffnut's ability to pitch if you get the right pitch curve. So block out your whole hand, you could block more than up to 12. So this is covering a lot of tower. So that's where I can see if you use it full effect, it's a 4. But right now, as I read it, the crowd cheers is nice because you do get that toughness that breaks on the next opponent's turn. So that's even playing it forward a little bit too. So it's a little slightly above value if you get everything going. But all right,
it's cool. It's neat. Next card we have is Jaws of Victory. It's a red 2 cost 6 attack card that blocks 3. When this attacks a hero, if you have less health than them, the crowd cheers you. If you've been cheered this turn, this gets Go Again. So
it's our first super rare too.
Yeah. And our first Go Again. Probably one of very few. I think this is a pretty neat card. It sounds like it's hard to come across cards that block for 3 in this set, is what it says. So, it's probably a decent 3. What's the likelihood of you? I guess as a brute, if you have to have less health?
I feel like this is easier to get off than people think, and it is a natural chain extender. Yeah. The issue is, can you use it, right? Like, can you use that Go Again in the Revered Brute? You have 3 card hand plus the pitch, but it's also a 2 cost for 6, and it's a 3 block, so I'd say it's a 4. Andrew?
Bro, the card's like a 5 to me. This card's busted. Like,
so your first 5, Andrew? I'm marking down to you.
Yeah, you just got a long set to blue, and it's a 2 for 6 that makes it toughness.
All right. So, and here's the thing to our esteemed audience out there, to our esteemed guests watching our death match tonight when we review these cards. When in doubt, just listen to Andrew.
Just listen to Andrew. That's why he's here.
That's why he's here, because me and Ning will give everything a 3 and a 4. But I say this is a 4, but that's because I'm being conservative. I think there's going to be better cards in the future. I might be eating my words. I have only 3 allocations to give. Yeah, but it is like you're saying.
This is the card I want.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know how Tuffnut plays in terms of, are you supposed to try to fatigue people or be kind of fatiguey, in which case is the likelihood of your health to be lower than your opponent's high or low? And then also, just because of how sealed works, what's the chances of you actually getting the cheering from your hero ability?
This is like Scar for Scar on slightly less crack, because Scar for Scar is a stupid card.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true.
But it's also a revered brute. Brutes, usually have to use other cards to get the natural Go Again or the chain extensions. Like we've seen that with the previous sets with the blood chalice, or even like the cards that you draw and discard for. So this kind of has the only condition that if you've been cheered. And Tuffnut's ability is, if you pitch a card from the top of your deck, you already get cheered, right?
If it's 6 or more.
So
there's a condition.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't know how easy it is in a sealed capacity.
But like even outside of that, like all you need is a blue card in hand and like a 2 cost.
Shoot out a 6, call it a day.
Yeah, and like you could just like play this, play your 2 for 6 afterwards. At the very least, you have 13 value out of the turn, and then like if you've hit off Tuffnut, then you're up to 14 value.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
And like,
okay,
that's good.
Yeah. I mean, all right. So going up to the next card. This is Andrew. Your card to read.
Oh yeah, Wind Up the Crowd. It's a blue 6, costs free, blocks for 0 though, and as an instant you can discard this to create a toughness and a vigor token. Yeah, I think this is like 4 out of 5. This card is like
Like, okay, I'm straight up, like all the revered brute cards are like for me just super strong. I gave this a 4 as well, right? Just the ability to have both modes, right? I can see how it'd be a 5. It's a blue 6, right? Which is insane, right? If this is in a Rhinar capacity with this ability, I would be freaking eating great tonight. I think this works really well as visibility, but like I said, I'm so hesitant to give out that 5. But this one to me might be the 5, just because it is a blue pitch 6, and you have an instant discard if you need to. But so I'm R4 or R5 on this. Ning, your thoughts?
I mean, I would assume this is a pretty good solid 4. Yeah.
Okay. So then let's talk about the Numbskull Charm. This is a yellow pitch, 0 cost. Choose any number. Destroy a Confidence or Might token, or the crowd cheers you, or pitch the top card of your deck. If it has 6 or more power, create a Vigor token. This is a Revered Brute instant. No block value. It is super rare. I like the third ability to pitch the top card of your deck, and it's just already working well with what Tuffnut could potentially do. Again, I said it, but all the Revered Brute cards are pretty strong. This is probably on the face value a little weaker than the ones we've previously seen, but it does have so many modes. I would give this a 4.
Yeah, like I give this 4 too. Like it's a pitch card that you can arsenal. Like how, like those are historically like Shark the High Seas or like Imperial Flame. Like those cards can win games.
Andrew, let me say this is why we have you on, because I didn't even think about freaking arsenaling this card as a potential pitch card in the arsenal. Like.
Yeah, and like inherently, like it's a card. Like the one downside of that is that it means it's fairly negative in fatigue. Like if Shark the High Seas was an action, Tuffnut's just like inherently like just plays a ton of attacks. So like being quote unquote bad in fatigue is not that big of a downside for him.
Yeah, and
like you're guaranteed to make at least one toughness off of it.
Yep.
And like the Destroy Confidence or Might token to me is just like kind of gravy on the top. You know what I mean? Like it's really the 2 other modes that really try and triggers him. And then again, his ability, when the crowd cheers you, you create a toughness token. So there's even inherent value in that. So don't forget about the hero's ability when we talk about these specific class cards or talent cards.
Next. Ooh, Lord. We got Old Leather and Vim. It is a red 2 for 6, blocks 3. If you control a toughness or vigor token, this gets +1. When this hits a hero, create a toughness. I think pretty solid 4. It's basically a 2 for 7, assuming that your ability is always working for you, right? I would assume Tuffnut generally has at least 1 toughness at any point, and even if he doesn't, this forces your opponent to block. Otherwise, you get a toughness and a vigor token.
The numbers on this card is pretty good. Actually, this was going to be my first 5, but I want to hear Andrew's thoughts before I say this. So, like, what do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I think it's a 4. Like,
you think it's a 4? I like the conditional. If you control a toughness or vigor token, this gets +1. All right, that's like if you do this as like Numbskull Charm, you do it as instant. They block the 6. You can already pop it over. All right, or if you use Tuffnut's ability during the opponent's turn, it could be +1. Would you do, or during your turn, because it really is an instant, right? So you could do this for a future pitch card. It doesn't say you have to use that pitch. So I think it's additionally like a +1 as an instant ability to get over the 6 block. So I like that piece, because then you're getting really kind of 9 points of value on this, don't you think? All right, maybe it doesn't translate that well, but I think it's about 9 points of value for what you're playing.
Yeah, like it's kind of hard to block 7 in this format. Like,
yeah, that's what I was
if
saying.
you don't have equipment, like
what's
outside of
Lyath?
Tuffnut, like,
What's Lyath going to do? He's going to just take it.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right.
Oh, we got Pleaides.
Yeah, you got Pleaides, man. Natural Guardian player. You said he started Bravo. Look at this hot honey.
Bro, she has art by Olivia Prima. Like, that's the art. You think I like this woman?
Okay, so actually, before we were on the cast, I was like, Andrew, save that comment for the cast because that's funny as hell. Tell me what you think about Pleaides as you read the hero card. How appropriate is this?
And be wanted.
Yeah, so she has, you can instant speed tap her, remove a suspense counter from an aura you control to put a suspense counter on aura suspense you control. Now, this is a made effect too, so that is optional. So you can just pop an aura suspense if you feel like it, even if it's your only aura. And whenever the crowd cheers you, you create a confidence token.
What do you think about this hero power?
Does this mean if you have let's say you have 2 auras of suspense and they both have two on them, does this mean as an instant you can remove one off of aura number 1 and then you can remove the second one from aura number 1 to put it number 2? So now the first aura pops and the second one has 3 counters on it?
No, because it has that semicolon. It's both actions the way it's worded. All right. So yes, yeah.
Interesting. Suspense counter then. That's weird.
Yeah, it doesn't move the counter. It just takes it away and then makes a brand new counter.
I see. Yeah,
gotcha.
And
something to keep in mind too about like suspense is that like once you remove the counter, it creates a trigger to blow itself up. And also it's a start of turn trigger, so that means that you can't respond to it. So you can't like have 2 auras with 1 counter on them and be like, all right, start of my turn, activate Pleaides, move from here to here.
Yeah, and I think the ceiling for her is going to be higher because I think it's going to be aura manipulation. So you can line up all your auras to really pop at the time you need it to do, and then really like I think she's a tower hero, right? Personally, and we had some future tower cards coming up, but for her to be able to kind of move the auras forward and you can kind of stack up the suspense, where you could really line up your cards to go super tall just by playing the different notes and keeping the opponents in suspense. I love that thematic ability, and the whole crowd cheering you creating a confidence token isn't nothing. The confidence ability is really strong as a token ability goes. And again, since it's a new ability, I'm going to read it one more time. At the start of your turn, destroy this. Then the next attack action card you play this turn can't be defended by more than 2 non-block cards. In CC, that's going to be strong, but no more than 2 non-block cards. It's kind of like a, I don't know, weaker dominate. I mean,
it's different. Like, like dominate, you can still like get around with equipment. Like, with confidence, like it means that your opponent can't block it really with equipment. Like profitably very often. Another thing too is that confidence is the one token that doesn't do anything in multiples. So like if you have multiple cards that let the crowd cheer you, and like Tuffnut, that's amazing because like you get 2 toughness tokens. In Pleaides, you're like, okay, 2 confidence.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a very confident lady.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of equipment, play to Tough Love. If you control confidence and a toughness token, this gets +2 defense. Its Blade Break right now has a base 1 defense. It's a revered Guardian equipment chest. Yeah. I mean, what's it say? It's equipment.
Man.
Yeah, it's just a basic 3.
Yeah. 1 block equipment that gets a 4 from me.
All right. We got Cries of Encore. It is a red card, 3/7, blocks 3. When this attacks a hero, if you have less health than them, the crowd cheers you. If you've been cheered this turn, when this hits a hero, you may play an Aura of Suspense from your graveyard this turn. I feel like this is really strong. I don't know what to tell you.
It's because it is strong.
It's super strong, dude.
This feels like a pretty solid 5 target out of my No, we're feeling pretty good.
Yeah. He does have 6, by the way. Evan did confirm that he does give his blessing. You can count them too.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very
and then
nice.
can you give me one of your tokens so I could give this
Absolutely
a 5 as well?
not. Absolutely not.
Have we been 30 minutes in? Because I think I could drop the F-bomb when that happens. So,
Wait, does that mean I can too?
yeah, man, you get at least one F-bomb per.
Only
per
one,
cast.
Liam.
This
Every
is a
guest
strong
gets
card.
one more than us.
Like this is a definition of a bomb to me. Like, it's
Very
right around
good.
her cost curve. It does everything you really need, and the ability to recur like aura suspense from your graveyard, and some of her aura suspenses are really strong.
And they cost 0.
Yeah, and you may play an aura response, so it's really increasing your like hand size inadvertently if you play this, and it's a 7 attack. Like as you were saying, Andrew, it's a really awkward thing to block in this set, right? I mean, other than maybe not Tuffnut with his toughness tokens, but overall, it's a tough thing to block.
Yeah, like this is good. Like I put it at like 4 out of 5 because it does require like a degree of setup. Like you have to get to less life. You have to get the good auras of suspense in graveyard. Because if you don't have a 0 cost aura of suspense, like you have to keep an additional card in hand to actually like make it work.
Yeah. But you would hate to see this if you get one in the later half of the game, especially in a blitz format. This is really back-breaking, right? So, I mean, you're getting all the like face-up, close-up of Pleaides here, Andrew.
Yeah, I know. We got Vespian Charm, 0 cost, yellow, Revered Guardian instant, choose any number, destroy a Might or Vigor token, the crowd shears you, and return an aura permanent you control to its owner's hand. Yeah, so like a few cool interactions with it, but like a trigger separate from like the actual like removing stuff from it. Like it doesn't just happen. Like it's something you can respond to. So you can just like have an aura of suspense in play. Like say for example, you have like a blue one that has 1 left, because the blue ones are like the ones you generally want to keep around for a long time. You can just be like activate Pleaides, remove the last counter to put it on something else, and you Vespian's Charm in response to the trigger, get your confidence token, pick up your blue, which may or may not be the card you pitch for your big attack that you're about to drop. And then if you destroy Might or Vigor, that's cool too, I guess. Like this is like 4 out of 5. Like all the charms are just stupid good in this set.
Yeah,
I think you're pretty happy. Like if you draw a charm, it's not like automatically pick that hero, but it's really, really kind of leaning you toward that hero, up on a pedestal. Suspense. This is the first time we're actually reading the suspense keyword, but it's a blue 0 cost 2 block Revered Guardian instant - aura, and we're going to talk about the Guardian instant with a block value. That's insane. But suspense. This enters the arena with 2 suspense counters. At the start of your turn, remove a suspense counter from it. When it has none, destroy it. When this enters or leaves the arena, you may put a Revered or Guardian attack action card from your graveyard on top of your deck. Like it being a Revered Guardian instant aura, where you could either block with it or play it as an instant, I think it has a lot of value. It's also 0 cost, so I really like it. You're not having to pay for it, and it does recur certain attacks from your graveyard. I mean, anything that's a specific talent class card is super strong initially. Man, I would say this is on value on the face for a limited set. I would say it is a lower 4 for me, right? But I can see some people giving it a 3. Your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, it's like very 4-like. One thing that's pretty cool about this is you can play it on your turn to put a red attack or like some good tower card on top of your deck. Pass the turn. Next turn, you get to arsenal the attack you put on top, and you can activate Pleaides to remove the suspense counter and put it on a different aura you control. And then this will destroy the card. When you put a blue from your graveyard on top of your deck, suddenly you have a blue to play your like big red attack you just put into arsenal, and you can do some like really big plays with that.
Yeah. And I think the people that keep that in mind with Pleaides, because this is a different type of Guardian than we're used to seeing, and I really like the intricate play patterns with her. But the people that keep that in mind and are able to manipulate the auras, manipulate the graveyard, I think will have good effect with her hero ability. So do you have a score for this Ning before we move on? Turn up on a pedestal?
I'd say it's that is conditionally a 4 based off of all the things that Andrew said.
Why, Andrew? I thought I made a good point too. This bastard.
Yeah, he made like
No.
point.
Yeah, I don't think he said anything meaningful.
I'm just full of hot air. I mean, that's what brutes do, right? All right.
I guess it's me. Yeah. So this is our first block card. It is a blue block card. Blocks for 2, turning point. When this defends, if you have less health than the attacking hero, the crowd cheers you. While this is defending, if you've been cheered this turn, it gets +3. I feel it feels like it's relatively easy to get cheered in this set. I don't know if that's true or not, but assuming that is, this feels like a very strong 4 because we're able to block for 5 with just 1 card. But yeah, I don't know. It could just be a 3 because I don't know what I'm talking about. But I feel like,
well, like it feels very 4 like that it's like on their turn, because usually the way the turn cycle goes is you attack, your opponent goes to slightly less life than you if they attack.
Yeah.
And so like it's kind of hard to do, but it's also like a blue card. So if it's bad, you just pitch it and you play it second cycle to like.
Yeah, I guess this is the set where all your attacks cost a bajillion, except unless you're like Lyath or Kayo, where you're okay playing cards that cost 0 attacks because you can buff them up for whatever reason.
Well, yeah, I think the revered heroes more or less, have those bigger attacks, where the reviled heroes have smaller, sneakier, quick attacks with like relevant on hits, and we can kind of cover that later. I think, I would say this is a solid 3. Additionally, it could be a 4 in the right circumstance. There's not a lot of cards that are 1 card block 5 to potentially block. Like even with the ability, if you're lower life, it will trigger its effect just by, using it, right? So if you're already behind, it can kind of get you to mitigate it by just using 1 card. And if you're ahead, you could also activate other abilities to make the crowd cheer you. But I think if it's like any other block card, in the right circumstance, it's a 4. In a normal circumstance, as a blue pitch, it's a 3, right? But it's good to always have it in the second cycle, anyways, just because of the other cards we talked about, right?
Uplifting performance, a blue free cost that blocks free and attacks for 5. If you control a confidence or toughness token, this gets +1. And when this hits a hero, you create a confidence and a toughness token.
Revered Guardian action attack. What do you think, Andrew? What's your score on this?
Yeah, this one's like a little bit harder to evaluate because like making toughness is hard in was it Pleaides? And it's also like, and confidences blow themselves up at the start of turn. Like if we go back to like what that card, it's pretty easy to get a toughness on your turn because like you just activate your hero. It's like, congratulations, you got it. With this one, like you actually have to work to pull that off. And then like I said earlier, with confidence tokens, is they aren't really good in multiples. So if you already have a confidence token, this doesn't have like the part where it says create a confidence token. It just has create a toughness token on hit. And so like I want to just put it at like 3 because it's a blue free block that like is a decent like thing to play if you brick on like
everything else.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I gave the same thing. I said this is a 3, just very much for the same reasons. I know I said all the like specific class talent cards are really strong, but to me, when you compare this to what we just covered, both for Tuffnut and Pleaides, this is probably the weakest one out of all the sets so far. Which isn't saying much because they were all pretty much bangers. You can't sustain that, right? But for me, this is a blue block 3 with some conditional upside. And that's really what you have to kind of think about this as. For everything to line up, it's great if it does. But again, you're going to put this in as a filler for your deck, which you're not unhappy to see. It is a blue block 3. So this is Helm of the Adored. This is our first talent-specific equipment with a revered equipment head. It's a 1 block. When this defends, the crowd cheers you. It's Blade Break, so, upon combat chain closes, if this defender destroy it. All equipment's about 3, but when we compare it to the equipment chest and the brute equipment legs, it just kind of fits right in there. And, they both have a relevant ability when the crowd cheers them. So, I think Pleaides uses this better because she could get that confidence and use that confidence as a pseudo-evasive damage for the next turn. Especially if she blocks on... okay, I would hate for her to stack the auras up and then the opponent send an attack, and then you could just use this helmet to get that confidence token to send that tower attack over that they can't block except for one card. That's going to hurt. So I like that in Pleaides a lot more than I do in Tuffnut.
Yeah, this is a card that just your opponent having it and having enough auras in play, if they're Pleaides, just makes you think sometimes maybe I just shouldn't attack. This is an insanely good card in Pleaides. I think this is a 5 in Pleaides.
Interesting. You think it's a 5 in Pleaides? See, I would have gave it a 4 in Pleaides, a 3 in Tuffnut, but I could see a 5 just because of what I was saying earlier. You could really use this to mind game your opponent, and especially in limited. So, Ning, what's your thoughts?
I don't know. I would say on average 4 all around, in my opinion, because it triggers so many things. Even at worst, this also just gives you a toughness on Tuffnut, right? So this is essentially something that gives you at least a 2 value, and you still have things that you could technically do on other people's turns. With Pleaides, if you're going to have a huge turn next turn and you need that confidence token, then you just block with this and you're able to evade very, very well. So yeah. And
for our audience, we are now going to talk about the talent specific cards. This is the Revered. It starts off with the Helm of the Adored, and then we're going to hold firm to their path and cover the Revered Equipment arms.
That's right. This one is also a block 1. It has an action where you can pay 3, destroy this, create 3 toughness tokens. Activate this only.
Sorry, so you broke up a little bit. I don't know if Andrew, he breaks up for you, but activate this only if you have less life than each other hero. Then needs to go again. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, the breaking up is only on your end. Well, you're alone, man. Sorry,
my bad. With I got pay the dial-up company, I guess, AOL. So, all right. What do you guys think about this card?
Yeah, that's 4 out of 5.
4 is good. Yeah.
Just equipment that blocks 1.
And if you have a hand that doesn't convert very well, then suddenly you can get 3 extra value, or I guess 2 extra value, or at least you're swapping.
Yeah, sometimes your opponent in limited just has to block with their entire hand, and you're like, uh-oh, what do I do? I have 4 cards. And this gives you a use case.
Yeah, and it does make you pay the toughness tokens forward into their opponent's turn, so I like that a lot. Right? Yep. So it's even if you block with this, I wouldn't. Would he ever block with this just to block for the 1, or would he always just pay the 3?
I mean, unless you're always, I feel like unless you're always ahead on health for whatever reason, I would probably prefer using the action over blocking just 1.
Yeah, I like the catch-up mechanic. So, and our next one is.
Pull it up. Oh, yes. Crowd goes wild.
Ooh.
This is a yellow free cost. It's a 6 power and free block. You've been sheared this turn, though. It costs 3 less to play. But it costs free. So that means it's free.
It's a 0 for 6.
It's a 0 for 6 3 block with a yellow pitch. I mean, Jesus.
Does it get better than that? I don't think so.
Yeah, imagine if you have Jaws of Victory with this. You can do some crazy stuff. You can Jaws into this and get free card 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this card is and it's so easy for as we're talking to get cheered with their hero abilities and some of their other cards. I mean, this is not that hard to play.
It's kind of. So the thing is it's kind of hard to get cheered and then do something else. There's a ton of cards in this set that are when this attacks, get cheered. But you can't. They don't have go again.
Right.
That's why you need Scabskins.
Yeah, but you can't open that card in this set.
But this also goes to why you were saying the Jaws of Victory, the earlier card, was so good because it is one of the only chain extenders we've seen so far. And can you imagine a land where it's Jaws of Victory since the crowd goes wild? I mean, that's not so hard to pull off, and it both does the same thing. You have to be cheered to get the most of those effects.
Yep.
Yeah,
Honestly, if you open both Crowd Goes Wild and Jaws of Victory and you don't fail to secure that victory, I mean, it happens, I guess. But man, comment down below. I want to hear about that bad beat. So let's give this to the rating. What do you think it is, guys?
I think it's like 4, but I want to say it's a super high 4 because it's kind of hard to get off sometimes.
Yeah.
I gave it a 4 for the same reason. It's that Gogan that you mentioned earlier, Andrew. There's not a lot of that we've seen so far, so maybe it'll change later. But for right now, on place value, it's a 4. CC might be a totally different story.
Yeah, that's a different format.
Yeah, different format, right? No hero stands alone. That's why we always have a cast in multiples because we're all, anyways. Blue. It's a yellow pitch, 3 cost. Revered action attack. It's 6 power, 0 block. While this is in any zone, if you control the toughness token this turn, this gets +3 block or defense and ambush. While this is in your arsenal, you may defend with it. When this defends, clash with the attacking hero. The winner may choose an attacking or defending card to get -3 power, -3 defense this chain link.
That's pretty spicy.
I mean, guys,
Cards goes hard. This is very often a 1-card 6 in Tuffnut because it's very easy to have a toughness token.
Yeah, I feel bad for our audience. If you guys are listening to us, let me tell you, a lot of the set's going to be 4 power so far, right? There are some 2s and 3s, but there's not a lot. This set is pushed. I feel like, right?
Part of it's also we haven't looked at any commons yet.
That's true.
It's true. Yeah, I think this Majestic card is very good. Do you guys think?
Even look, Helm of the Adored is a common, all right, and we gave that sucker a 4 or a 5.
Yeah, well, in the right context, yeah. So
yeah.
But this is also the reintroduction of ambush, and there's other cards in CC format that has this keyword, but for them to print it here, I can't remember. Down and Dirty, I think it is.
Down and Dirty doesn't have the ambush. Yeah, that's part of the text.
Yeah, Tiger Eye Reflex is your ambush card. From the Tiger Eye Reflex, man, right?
Yeah.
You played that on me before.
Round table. Yep. That's the only one.
Yeah.
So
it's top 16 to Pro Tour. It's gotta be busted.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What do we think about the clash mechanic with our revered heroes? Do you think it's very doable?
I think in Tuffnut, it's really powerful because Tuffnut actually wants to play attacks. In Pleaides, you have to play a lot of cards that aren't attacks.
Yeah. I would say 3 in Pleaides, 4 in Tuffnut. I know that's kind of cheating, but that's the way I feel. Depending on the hero you're playing, you get different power.
Yeah, if we're gonna I know this kind of sounds like cheating. If we count me saying Helm of the Adored is a 5 for Pleaides, as a half 5. I think this is the opposite, where in Tuffnut, this is a 5 and insane. In Pleaides, you're okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Oh, gotcha. That's his second total 5. There you go.
Yeah, I'm up to 2 out of my free 5s I've given so far.
Oh man, are you sure you want to use it on this one? Because we haven't even got to the Reviled yet. They got some strong stuff. I mean, I would give this again a 4 in Tuffnut, a 3 in Pleaides. That's my final answer.
Yep, I agree. That is good stuff. All right, nothing but a good, clean fight. We got a red 3 for 7, blocks 3. If this is attacking a hero, non-equipment cards they own lose and cannot gain abilities. So I think this is very strong. I like the 4 mainly because there's a lot of, I guess, in generic things with your confidence cards. There's ways to kind of sneak in extra block value where there's the brother in arm card or something in the set that we'll see later where you can pitch into it to increase block value and so on and so forth. But with this, you're able to kind of say, no, you can't do that. I think that's pretty good.
Now, that being said, there's one hero in this format that really, really likes the idea of having his non-equipment cards, including his hero ability, empty.
Oh, man, yeah, that's true. So it's like, out of 3 of the 4 heroes, this card's actually pretty good. Well, it's decent as an on-hit. Just imagine, like, they block it out and you itch 1 damage over. You're forcing them because, let's say they have a whole bunch of toughness tokens out there. Well, those toughness don't do jack squat if this hits, right?
Oh, no, they do stuff. Toughness blows up at the start of turn. Like
is it?
The opponent's turn.
Okay,
yeah, so it's just an effect that happens for the turn. It's also funny is I'm pretty sure you can just activate Lyath to give your blocking cards +1 and make them might. And that effect will just keep on playing even after like a good clean fight like hits the chain. So you can just like be like, oh, sick! I can pitch this card to like make a might. I can block 7 from hand. This is sick.
I mean, my final score, solid 3. What do you guys think?
Yeah, like I think like it's a 3, and then like it goes down to 2 if it's like specifically Lyath.
That's true. I can see that. So sideboard this out if you're against Lyath, because it is not something you want to fight against them. But
yeah, if you can.
All right.
So wait, so I guess go back real quick.
Yeah,
so why is this countered by Lyath?
Because Lyath's hero text, if this is attacking Lyath, it turns off the hero ability that says like half the block value.
Why does that happen? Because
the heroes are
this
cards.
Is attacking a hero non-equipped cards they own. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah, and so like you're like, oh, sick! I can block with 2 cards. This is awesome.
Yeah. Gotcha. Oh, so theoretically, what you're saying is, if I'm attacking using this card to attack other people, then they can't do their instant stuff.
I mean, they can because
I guess in response or whatever. But
yeah,
in general, this turns off your opponent's hero text. But against Lyath, he can do the thing, and then also they gain their defense value.
Yeah, it's very funny. Lyath actually wants to have a good clean fight. Flavor
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I guess maybe that's because that's where he gets cheated, like he can cheat more and more. Systematically, like
he's
let's have a game.
I can just cheat. This is awesome.
He cheats against a good clean fight, which is so. I wonder if they did that as a slight nod and a joke to the card's flavor text, like like invisible flavor text, you know. All right, let's go ahead and talk about escalate order, Andrew.
Yeah. So this is red 2 cost, 3 block, 6 attack, and when revered action. When this attacks, if you control a toughness token, create 3 more. I think this is like one of those like 4 in Tuffnut, 3 in Pleaides sort of cards. Where, like, in Tuffnut, like this can be like fantastic because you just arsenal it and you just activate Tuffnut every turn until you get the ability to make a toughness. Then you play it and you make like 3 toughness tokens. So that basically is the equivalent of like a 2-card 9.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good in Tuffnut. Right, I would say 4 in Tuffnut, 3 in Pleaides.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right, we're talking old favorite. This is yellow pitch, 3 cost, 3 block, 6 power, revered action attack. When this attacks, if you've been cheered this turn, create a toughness token. When this defends, if it has 6 or more defense, put it on the bottom of its owner's deck. When the combat chain closes. This is a good way for Pleaides to get the toughness token. We talked about that. She doesn't have like a lot of solid ways, but it's still a 3 for 6 yellow pitch. Man, out of all the ones we've seen, I can see how this could potentially be strong, but I'm going to still give it a 3, a very strong 3 though.
I think 3 is pretty accurate for me.
Yeah, this is like very like free card.
Yeah. I don't think it's all that special. Tame the beastly behavior, however. I actually don't know. 3 for 7. It is a red card that blocks 3. When this attacks a reviled hero, this gets +1. When this hits a reviled hero, put a card from their arsenal on the bottom of their deck. I feel like this is a solid 4 that you sideboard. Otherwise, it is just a 3.
Yeah, like I put this at like 4 because like you played against Lyath, and you're like, Because you know it's going to happen at a pre-release. Like, it's going to be like a very funny story. You're gonna have like the one dude that does that.
Hey, I was gonna be that one dude. Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah, like it's gonna be really funny.
Mm-hmm.
And like, yeah, it's a 2-card 8, like against Reviled Heroes, and
Yep. I guess worst case, it's a 3 for 7.
Yeah, and like it's a 2-card 8 that will put itself back in the deck if it hits. Like, you get to play this multiple times. That's insane. And like,
well, no, this doesn't put themselves back under the deck, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, it puts a card from their arsenal above it.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of a different card. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so
like,
this has disruption attached. Oh my god, yeah, this is
disruption,
4,
baby. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, disruption so far. This is our first really true disruption we've seen so far. And against specifically Reviled Heroes, I would say it's a 3 just in general as far as a 2-card 7, still above rate. And then against Reviled Heroes, we saw this in the Hunted. I think against Reviled Heroes, it would move up to a pretty solid 4, right? But sideboard 4,
We have Renounce Violence. It's a blue 0-cost revered instant. Allows you to destroy up to 3 might tokens and create a toughness token for each token destroyed this way. Yeah, what do you guys think of this card? Because I totally don't have any idea how to evaluate it at all.
I give it a 2, man, and with the conditional 3 against Reviled, right? Maybe I misread this, but I don't like it, dude. I think it's a 2.
Yeah, this is a card that's like kind of hard to like get off, and it doesn't block. That scares me.
Well, the Reviled Heroes have better ways of generating might tokens.
Well, Lyath does, but like Kayo, like it's kind of hard to make a might in Kayo.
Yeah. Like, Ning, what's your thoughts? I give it a 2. This is one of the first cards I thought was a miss for me.
Yeah, I would say this is a 2 for most people, and then still a 3 in both the Reviled, just because 2 literally is better than Crack Bobble. It gives you 1 extra resource. For the 3 on Reviled, even if KO can't make, let's say, 3 or more might tokens, I think being able to take that away from them to potentially stop any weird disruptions or just damage in general, and it creates a toughness for you to use against them, I think is meaningful enough.
Yeah, I do like the art, and also I don't think we really talked about this, but the borders on the cards are pretty fantastic.
I just love like the Greek statues, just
dude,
really good, carrying the top of the card.
I could just imagine like Vincent like taking out her piercings and laying down in the grassy field, just staring off from the distance, right? Thinking that the safe word.
She goes from shadow,
like, and it's like someone just said pineapple. She's like gave up that scene, put down her BDSM ways, So, hey, I give it a 2. All right, but never give up. This is a yellow pitch, 0 cost. It's a revered block, so it blocks for 3. Instant, pay 2. Put this on the bottom of your deck. Target defending action card gets +3 defense. This chain link. Activate this only while it's in your graveyard. If you have less life than each other hero, and you've been cheered this turn. So,
it sure is a card.
It's a lot of text, but here's how I read it. When you first use it, it's a yellow pitch block 3. But for you to be able to even use it in your graveyard, I think has really like a strong potential upside, even though there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through. Like, can you just imagine you going into your opponent's turn, they think they have you dead to rights, and you block 1, your last card in hand, then you can use this to give it +3, and then you put this in your library or your deck. I say it's a 3, a solid 3.
But it doesn't do because all you're doing is you're increasing it by 3 block.
Yeah, but it goes from a 3 to a 6, right? Or a 6 to a 9.
But you have to pitch into it on their turn.
Yeah. So you see.
This
is what's called a defense reaction in a format that doesn't have defense reactions.
Yeah. But it's a cost. You have to cost the
Technically speaking, this is a way to get around confidence, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a block card, so it inherently already gets around.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, and it's like you have to consider if I attack, they can just play the Ricky card on me. You play this in Tuffnut. Like, obviously in Pleaides, yeah, this card's kind of mid, but like in Tuffnut, like this is like a 4. Like other things that are cool is
because you can always true.
Yeah, with Kayo, you can just block their like first attack for like whatever it's coming in for, and then if they like activate the ability to bring it up, you just go activate Tuffnut, put this back on the bottom of your deck, and like do stuff. And then it's like fairly strong as just like an anti-fatigue tool because like it just puts itself back in the deck.
Yeah,
because you pick one card, this card itself goes in back in your deck, and you get to still block. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, the conditions in which you're using it, you have to have less life, and you had to have been cheered. The cheering part's less impactful than the having less life, especially when you get to the end stage game. I don't know. I still think it's a 3, but you're right, Andrew. It is a. I really didn't view it as a defense reaction in a set that doesn't have defense reactions, but I could definitely see that though. What's your final score, guys?
Put it 4.
You put it on 4, and Ling?
I put it on 3 because it's just too big brain for me.
But to Andrew's point, and I want to say this, anti-fatigue strategies in this limited set is going to be very important. Right? There is no weapons, y'all. Like it is going to go to maybe a fatigue state if you're not very careful. Well, it depends. I guess certain heroes will have more of an advantage of this than others. And we could give that to you as our thoughts at the end. But we're going to go ahead and talk about our first rainbow. And
yeah, buddy.
That would be
Comeback Kid. So Comeback Kid cost 3, blocks for 3.
Hey, Ning, before you finish reading this, I just had a thought. Remember that video with Kardashian that came out years ago? What was that video with? Who was her partner in that video?
Think about Kardashians. You got another thing coming.
I have no clue what you're talking about, man.
Like, all right. For those that know,
might be too hip for us. I don't know what you're.
Well, also I like to use out of date references that no one freaking gets. Like I'm that guy, right? So okay.
Yeah, I'm kidding. You're old.
All right. As those kids say, "Hey, boomer!" Right? Let's go ahead and finish it, Ning. Sorry about that.
Yeah. All right. So it costs 3, blocks 3, rainbow. So attack from 7 down to 5. When this attacks a hero, if you have less health than them, the crowd cheers you. If you've been cheered this turn, this gets a +1. I don't know. I think overall, red as a red, I think is a nice 4. As a yellow, we'll probably put it down to a 3. As a blue, I guess we can put it somewhere between a 3 and a 4, 3.5, if you will. To have the opportunity to get cheered, but at the end of the day, it is just a 2-card 6 that blocks 3, but it is blue.
So go ahead, Andrew. Let's hear your take because I think you're going to say what I was about to say.
So the crowd cheering you means that if you're Tuffnut, this has the ability to make
more toughness.
Yeah, toughness. And so also with Tuffnut, sometimes you don't even have to have less life for its ability to happen. You can just activate Tuffnut and get cheered, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's also the fact too, it's what happens if your opponent as a Tuffnut just goes Comeback Kid, turn 0 like blue, and you do you block 6 on that or do you block 5 on that? You have no clue. But yeah, I think in red it's very likely to be the best rare you can get as the revered heroes, easy 4.
Yeah.
Yellow 4 and Tuffnut 3.
Yeah. 3.5 maybe.
Yeah, so I got the red as a 4. And because of what you just said, Andrew, it's a 2-card 8 is what you really read it as. And it's very easy to get cheered in this as a revered hero. Is it like a freebie? No, but it's very easy to get cheered. And you can use Tuffnut's ability to make this all of a stealth 8. So they block 7. They throw in 3 blocks and their equipment, and all of a sudden you're like, well, let me shit on that idea. Boom, 8, right? I mean, it's just it's pretty solid, man. And I would say the rest is just a solid 3.
Yeah, it's Wounded Bull of upside, man.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, this is a card that won Worlds with upside.
All right.
right.
Disarm. Whose turn was it, Reed? I lost track.
It's my turn here. So this is kind of weird because if you look at the next two cards, we have Disembody and Disperse, and all kind of read. It's just like the bottom part is like different on them. So like, do we treat this as a rainbow or do we treat this as like not a rainbow?
I would say treat it as a rainbow, and let's start with Disembody to Disarm, all right, then to Disperse, because that's red, yellow, blue in that order. And even the pictures, this is like hook, line, and sinker all over again, dude, except in a Grecian format, right?
Yeah, like what's really annoying about this is that the blue is like the last one in terms of numbers, but it's the first one in terms of artwork. And they did this with hook, line, and sinker as well. Like, there's no excuse for this. Like, how hard is it to light up your artwork? Like, there's not even like with hook, line, and sinker. They at least had the argument for like, oh yeah, like the artwork had to like have the card show the thing.
Yeah.
No, this one they have no excuse. They just like messed up.
It's really funny.
You know, tell us how you really feel, Andrew. So, all right, would you like to read Disperse first? Would you like to read it in the order of the art, or would you like to keep it red, yellow? Okay.
All right,
so just clarify that it's a blue that you're reading first, all right?
Yeah, it's a blue, free cost, free block, 5 attack. When this attacks, if you've been sheared this turn, create a toughness token, and when this defends, if it has 6 or more block, the attacking hero puts a card from their arsenal on the bottom of their deck. Now we can look at Disarm. Yeah, so this is also pretty much the exact same thing, but it's a 6 in yellow. And also, instead of, having the like lame part where it tucks an arsenal, it makes them put a card from their hand on the bottom of their deck. And then we have Disembody, which is the red version that comes in for 7. And it has the lame ability of when this defensive has 6 or more block, the attacking hero puts or they control all the bottom of their deck. Which I really like that flavor text because it like means it kills spectral shields.
Oh yeah. Well, also it's good against like Prism. It's good against Florian. It's good against like any of the Earth heroes that pits out the Channel Mount Heroics, Channel Millennium Trees. Right, any of the Draconic people
but
mess with other Guardians.
Yeah, but we're playing
limited
here.
Yeah, you're right, 100%.
Still good against the Guardians,
But no, it's also mites. No, that's
also yeah. Also the confidences and the mites and the toughness.
Yeah, but I think the one that puts a card on the bottom of their deck has a cooler ability than that.
Disarm. Yeah. So what would you rate them? Like, I feel like this would be stronger, obviously, in Tuffnut than Pleaides just by default, right?
Yeah, like I think they're like all like because the worst case scenario, they're free blocks and they're free cost attacks. But in Tuffnut, that's when things get weird because this is like something that like can do a lot if you're good at pitch stacking, because with Hold Firm, it's actually pretty easy to pull this off if you know what's coming up. Or like if you have like multiples of these in deck, like if you have 3 of these in your deck and you're like, well, I've seen like 12 cards, surely the next hand will have 1 of these, correct?
Yeah. And you're right, like going back to the Hold Firm, the Revered Equipment arms, it really works with that line of play too, like the Disperse, Disarm, Disembody. So like you can really set yourself up a really good nasty turn. So it even works with the Pleaides. Even if you have one of those and you set up for that one turn where Pleaides can get off using the Hold Firm in this, I mean, seems pretty strong. But I would give them a solid, I don't know, that's hard. Andrew, you rate it first, man. I'm going to let...
All right. Yeah. Yeah, like I'll give it a 3, but like something to keep in mind too is that if you can get this in conjunction with Never Give Up, oh baby, that's some good stuff.
Yeah.
True. Because you can do the +3 on this card.
Yeah, because something that's like weird about Flesh and Blood relative to other card games is it doesn't have an intervening if clause. So like if you like play like a different card game, if you pull up one of the D cards here.
The D cards.
The Disarm, Disembodied.
One of the disses. Yeah, you'll note that says like when this defends if it has 6 or more. In other card games, that would mean this doesn't trigger if it doesn't have 6 or more when you block with it. But in Flesh and Blood, it just works. You just be like, yeah, block with this, and then like, if that's something you actively like try to set up, it can like get really good. And then Pleaides, I believe, has an aura that can give blocking cards increased block value. But like, yeah, like I think like this is just like a free
defends as opposed to when this is defending in other games. Yeah.
So I guess my thing was I was initially going to give it a 3, but I guess if you get the abilities off when you need them, then it's obviously a 4, right? But I think a solid 3 is where we'd pit this at, and then obviously any card in the right context would be a 4 in the right context, right? So yeah, let's leave it as a 3 and continue on to our next set of Fight Fair. Let's see, he has a Nacho Libre mask. I need to freaking get one of those, man.
Why don't you go read
it? Sorry. It's a red pitch, 2 cost, Fight Fair, Revered Action Attack. It's 6 power, 2 block. If this is defended by a Reviled card, this gets +1 power. When this hits a Reviled hero, pit this on the bottom of its owner's deck. So again, against Reviled, it has Recursion, which I do like. It is probably one of the lowest blocks out of 2, which against a Revered, not too bad with the toughness tokens. You usually get those going on. I would say it's a solid 3. Like, conditionally, it could get stronger, but I'd say 3, you're not unhappy to have this in your deck. There's better cards out there, but again, it is at a Recursion, so if you're going against Reviled Hero, you really do want to sideboard this in, because it's going to get to the point where sometimes your opponent's not going to be able to land an attack if you block them efficiently, and if you're Tuffnut with a lot of toughness tokens, you might go to the end state where you could just naturally just fight fair against a Reviled Hero and recurs this and just kill them with a 6 power attack, right? With Tuffnut. So, anyways, what's your guys' thoughts?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think this is very much a 3. Obviously, there's better 2 for 6, right? Like I played earlier, but against Reviled, I would say this is obviously good.
Like this art, by the way. Shining Courage. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Shining Courage is great. I'm very curious when they're going to introduce this Mystic Warrior.
Dude, it is a Mystic Warrior.
No more Mystic heroes.
Okay. No, they're going to do Mystic. The Chi arts are too pretty. Go ahead, Nick.
Mystic Warrior and Mystic Guardian. Confirmed. All right. Shining Courage is a revered instant that is a red, cost 0. Up to 1 targeting an action card gets +3 block this turn. The crowd cheers you. I think this is overall just good. Gets around the confidence clause, and also just automatically gets cheers. Helps you set up things. So I would say this is a fun, but it does also only pitch for 1. Usually block with other stuff, but
yeah. I mean, it's good arsenal bait, too. You put it in your arsenal, you can save it for the time you need it. Worst case, you pit it out when you need it, the crowd to cheer you to kind of do the conditional upsides that we talked about before.
Yep.
And it's on rate, so I'd give it a 3.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. Like, this is like another card that can let you get off your like disembodied.
I can see where this card
defense reaction too, which like what else is there? In Tuffnut, it's basically a 0 for 4 because you make a toughness. And Pleaides, this is a way to make a confidence whenever you need it. You just arsenal until the moment's right.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, you could easily they both have great upside in the both revered heroes just for different things. Like you said, using this on your opponent's turn to make the confidence token going into your turn, right? If you have the aura stack up, I can see that, and you could just block out with the additional 6.
Yep.
It's a blue 2-block revered block. When this defends, if you've been cheered this turn, defending action cards get +3 block this chain link.
Interesting.
I mean,
this is weird.
You have to use what? At least in an attack, you have to use an action card and this block in conjunction with it to make this a 0 block 5. It is a pitch.
Yeah, it's like kind of hard to like get off, but if you get it off,
yeah.
Yeah, getting off is good.
This is a three card great. 14. And
then you could be like,
easy.
Renounce Violence smoking a cigarette once you get off this card.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, this one, like, God, like I can't tell if it's like 2 or 3.
This is a hard card because I could see it being a 2 the majority of the time. It is a block card. But then I can see if you need it, it could be a 3. But my gut feeling is a 2, dude. Like, I don't know. Let's compare it to the other block cards, right? Never Give Up. We give this a 3, and you're comparing the Will of the Crowd to be the equal of Never Give Up. You know?
Yeah, but like, this is like so much harder to actually pull off because the only like good way to do this in Pleaides would be like off the charm, and then Tuffnut you have it off the hero, but like you generally don't want to be activating Tuffnut on the opponent's turn.
No.
Because then you can't use it on yours.
Yeah, and then like it says like this chain link, it doesn't even say like this combat chain or like this turn, so like you can't just be like, oh, my opponent attacked me for like X amount and then played another thing.
Yeah. I'm going to lean toward a 2 on this one. I might be, again, if any of our listeners are like disagreeing with us, throw that in the comments. I am curious your guys' thoughts, right?
Yeah. And like the video too.
Yeah, like the video and subscribe. All right.
All the above.
Ning, did you have a final number on this, or were you saying a 2 as well, or a 3?
Somewhere. It's like a 2 or a 3 with very specific conditionals.
Okay. I get the pleasure of introducing the first common suite of rainbows, right, with Diggin. So this is a, again, rainbow 3 cost, revered action attack. The red is for 7, the yellow is for 6, the blue is for 5. It's all 3 block. When this defends, you may pay up to 3 resources. Create that many toughness tokens. I would say solid 3 across the board. I love that it does have some upside. I would even say the yellow is probably the weakest of the bunch because it's by nature a yellow. Cost curve is always going to be a little wonkier, so you can either get a stronger attack or a better pitch. But I think, it's all a solid 3. I'd prefer to have the red and the blue, obviously, but I'm not unhappy to see the yellow if I need it to fit in there.
Yeah, put it at like 3. Something to keep in mind though about like the yellow is when you pitch it to Tuffnut's ability, the crowd cheers you.
I guess that's true. So I guess I can't really say that's a yellow. I have to really always constantly think about that too, because it's still a 6.
Like,
you're right.
Yeah, like all the Revereds like are actually like in this set they did like a decent job at making it so the yellows aren't just bad.
Yeah.
Because like Tuffnut likes the yellows just because of his hero ability, and then Lyath, like if it costs 0, like the red and yellows like come in for 2 either way.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. So solid 3 across the board, right? Not even a weaker version of a 3 in the yellow.
Yeah. Yep. Next we have Empowering Ruckus. It is another yellow 3 for 6, block 3. Appeared this turn. Yeah, I mean this I would say is another 3, maybe perhaps a low 4 if you want to give it, just because it's potentially a 3 for 7. That is a yellow, but I think overall 3s, I'm happy with that.
I see this as a Tuffnut card, so a solid 3 in Tuffnut. I mean, Pleaides doesn't mind it, but
yeah, like this is like a card where like, like it's like very free based. It's not super difficult to get off its pow, like text, but like you have to put some work in, or else it's just like all free.
Yeah. I found this more interesting that it's a common with no rainbow, and it's a yellow. Like there's no red or blue in this. There's just yellow and Power Ruckus. It's true. Maybe they're going to save it for like a future armory deck or something.
They don't need to.
Yeah. Next we got Fight from Behind. 2 blocks 2, attacks for 6. The yellow for 5. The blue for 4. And it says, when this attacks or defends, if you have less life than each other hero, the crowd cheers you. Because, an Ultimate Pit Fight would be scary if you blocked with this and there was one player that has less life than you and you got to be cheered by the crowd. That'd be unfair, right?
So, I don't know, man. Like, what do you think, Andrew?
So in Pleaides, like, it's like, 2 for 6 make confidence if you have less life. But it also like has like when this defends, like make a confidence token, which like is pretty nice, especially like for a 2-block to like actually have something good when you block with it. Meanwhile, in like Tuffnut, it makes you your toughness. So he ends up having free value if you have less life than Tuffnut. But yeah, like,
so you're saying this was a 3 across the board?
yeah, like
I do find like it gets weaker as the colors go on, even from a yellow and blue perspective. I think the red's the strongest, just because of that natural 6 power and down below. You know, Pleaides would use the blue, but like even Tuffnut would have a hard time based off what you were saying with a couple cards ago, because it doesn't have that natural 6 on that pitch when you tap. So, but you don't get the cheering, right? So it's a 3 across the board, with red being the best.
Yeah.
Rapturous Applause. This is also a rainbow. So red is 7, yellow 6, blue is 5. This is another common. So Rapturous Applause is 3 cost, 7 attack, again red, 3 block. When you win a clash revealing this, the crowd cheers you. Not a lot of clash mechanics in this set, so I mean
it's actually like a decent bit of clash. We just haven't looked at it yet because it's in the
it's coming up. All right,
other
I
parts.
see. So if there's clash mechanics in here, I can see this being just a solid 3 again. It's not a 2, because a 2 is one step up from a cracked bauble. All right, so I do think that this is playable. You're not unhappy to see it in your deck. And I do like how so far there's a lot of cards that are playable, and you really have to kind of sleeve in the optimum, 30 for your sealed.
Yeah.
So I think they did a good job at providing you with such influx of different tools to use in your seal to make a variety of actually decks out there, even based off your off the limited format. So a 3.
I agree. It's a 3.
I would say this is a high 3 or a low 4 if you've given those other cards from before, that were a 3. Just because this, 3 block beneficial text box at some points in life.
Okay.
So next rainbow we have is a tough smash up. 3 attack or cost 3, blocks 3, and 7 down to 5. When this defends clash with an attacking hero, the winner creates a toughness token. You may put your revealed card on the bottom of its owner's deck. I give this a 4 just because I like clash.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I agree. It's 4. To elaborate on, because I like clash, this is a little bit more advanced than normal clash because you get to put the card on bottom afterwards. So if you're playing Tuffnut and you're like, oh, that card sucks, I don't want that.
You can just whoop.
Yeah, you just put it on bottom. It's like you actually get to see the future a little. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
And
I
in
can
Pleaides, it's just a body for your buffs to go on.
Well, that, and also if you're fishing for, let's say you're setting up your auras. So I don't think it's not nothing to be able to fish through your deck by just putting cards on the bottom if you need to. You have more misses in your in Pleaides, but let's say you're trying to set up that aura turn where you go get that tower attack and you're not seeing it. You could potentially take your clash cards and put them on the bottom to get to that ideal card, top deck in that situation if you need to. Is that a good use for Pleaides? Debatable. So
Yeah,
I'd
it's fine,
say,
no.
yeah, I would say definitely a 4 in Tuffnut, 3 in Pleaides. That's my take.
Now, this only lets you do it, right? It doesn't let your opponent do the revealed card.
That.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, like if you win the clash, it's 1 card 4 on defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. Next, we got Turn the Crowd Grateful. So red, free cost, 7 power, 2 block, revered attack. Yeah, when this attacks a reviled hero, it gets +1, and when it hits a reviled hero, the crowd cheers you. Yeah, that's just like you're fairly happy to play it, but like if your opponent's revered, it's not too great.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the same for any of these cards against reviled heroes. They definitely have a definite upside, like a strong base of 3, but because even the red's a 2-card 8 against a reviled hero, right? So on the red. So
yeah,
what's your final score on this?
Oh yeah, I forgot this was a rainbow.
Yeah. So red 7, and then
I think it's just like a 3. Like it's
across
solid.
the board.
All right. Then, hey, who's the tough guy? That's why I'm going to talk. Anyways, this is also a rainbow 765. It all blocks for 2. Cost 2. When the combat chain closes, if this didn't hit, the defending hero creates a toughness token. I don't know, man. Like, I think this might be my first 2 for a rainbow suite. I don't like it. Well, here.
You don't like a 2 for 7?
Here's the thing, but
that's for the cost.
Yeah, if it doesn't hit, okay, yeah, it is a 2 for 7 though. But man,
it's a 2 for 7, and it's like Swing Big, where they have to block the whole thing, and so you gain tempo out of that.
Yeah, like you know how hard it is to block 7, especially if you give it a confidence.
So okay, maybe it's a 3.
Like,
but
yeah, I'll give it a 3, but like it's not bad.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason I say that is because I hate helping my opponents with such an extreme passion that I might be biased in this.
Wow, okay.
Right? And so, and you know,
selfish. You don't have to continue, man.
Well, it's
think about it this way, Will. If for you to block a 7, they would probably at least as opposed, and then you give them 1 toughness. How exciting!
Yeah, okay. So it's a 3, right? And you know, maybe you guys will come back next week and you're like, "Nah, you're right. It was a 2." But I just hate help my opponents out. So I guess I'm who's the tough guy should be changed to who's the shitty guy. It's this guy right here. So.
Sure, whatever.
It is a rainbow though.
Oh man, Andrew, I drank my drink, but I was going to try to save it for this card. But thanks for being on the cast.
Worries.
Cheers to you, sir. He's popping open his new.
Oh wow.
Yeah, well, this thing's been sitting here for like an hour now. Poor guy.
I know.
Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Oh, it still tastes good though. Nice.
Oh, nice.
All right.
All right. Next we have Cheers. So it is a blue card, cost 0, blocks 3. It's a revered. Again, crowd cheers at the start of your turn. Destroy this. This is at least a 4, and I don't know, could be a 5, just so you don't have to ever think about cheering, and it just happens, and you get all the benefits of the cheer. But I would say it's a solid 4, at the very least.
Interesting. I gave it a 3, but what do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, like I think it's like about a 3. Like
it's
a blue 3 block, which is always good. It's got hand extension on it, and in Tuffnut, like it's going to make 2 toughness tokens, so that's at least like 2 value there. And then in Pleaides, it means that you're guaranteed to get your confidence up.
Mm-hmm.
That's also pretty nice. And then, like, of course, if you can get this in conjunction, then you can, it's also like notably a blue card that, well, it's a way for you to get the crowd to cheer you that doesn't require you to have less life than your opponent, which means like sometimes you'll enter a second cycle and you'll be like, oh no, I have 2 more life than this guy. This is bad. I need to find a way to get cheered. And you're like, oh, this card saves me.
And I was hoping that you could like throw a suspense token on this and let it stay in play instead of just being destroyed at the start of your turn, but it doesn't work that way. No. Unfortunately, the suspense is just a token with really like doesn't do nothing by itself. But yeah, I think it's potentially a strong 3. I mean, it's the baseline is a blue block 3, 0 cost with the go again, and it's like Andrew was saying, it's a way to just get the cheering on. So I think your instincts are right. I think it is a strong card, right? Just to have a non-conditional.
Yeah, I just overall likes it to make all these conditional cards become non-conditional because you just automatically will have the cheer for this turn and next turn. Depends your deck, but yeah.
Funny enough, though, I find this might be even worse than Tuffnut, though, because if you do pitch it, it's not the 6 block or the 6 power, so you don't get his additional upside. But it is a blue pitch, so you're still okay with seeing it too.
Yeah, you have to register blue cards.
Yeah.
Next we have Heroic Grit. It's a yellow revered action, blocks 2, costs 0. Your next attack this turn gets +1 for each toughness token you control, and it creates a toughness token. So this is something where if you can set this up in conjunction with your hold firm, this can go really, really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is also something that you can play on your turn to buff up your next attack. We haven't seen a lot of those yet. Oh, yeah. So yeah, how good is this though?
I think it's like my initial gut is just a 3 from the get go. If you do stack a lot of toughness tokens, I feel like even in Tuffnut with like his ability and this card, it's still a +2 at minimum if you get everything lined up. Right? I don't know. I feel like once we read all the cards, we can kind of better evaluate where this one stands. But worst case scenario, would you say it's a 3?
Yeah.
All right, I got Heroic Pose. This is a rainbow. It is a revered action. Your next attack this turn gets +3 power. All right, speaking of front pumps. And then the yellow is +2, the blue is +1. The crowd cheers you. It has go again, and it costs 1. And it's a 2 block. Well, it's really, I'm looking at this, it's a 1, you pitch a card. The crowd cheers you, so there's always that upside with that. So it's really 4 value on the face, or 4 points. So if you pitch a card, depending on what you have, there's a lot of two cost attacks here, and it's a front pump. I feel like this could potentially be okay. I think it's a solid 3. Like, you're not unhappy to have them. I do think the blue and the yellow is the worst. All right. Just because it doesn't really hit, but it's unconditional. Crowd cheers you to get off your abilities. But I'm more happy to see the red.
Yeah. So like something to compare this to is heavy hitters. If you haven't noticed, this set is basically trying its hardest to be heavy hitters too. Like it features like the deathmatch arena. It has guardians. It has brutes. And in that set, there was a cycle of cards named Lead with X token name. And this card that basically makes a token, those were like really good at heavy hitters.
In the whole rainbow, are you happy to see this in yellow and blue as well?
F for this, like I give like the red like a 4, and then the yellow and blue probably what is it called? Oh, 3. There we go. I figured it out.
I see that. I see that drink spin hitting you. Yeah. I see it's hitting you.
Yeah, this is a strong one, man.
I know you're drinking. It makes me want to go get me another beer myself.
Oh, you can break if you want.
We're almost to the reviled, so
you get to the reviled, get some drinks going.
Yeah. We'll get some more additional drinks. I'm out of.
I'll grab some. I'll grab some with you. All right.
Let's talk about humble entrance.
Oh, that's on me. Cost 0, blocks 2. Just create 3 toughness tokens. Go again. I think this is a 3 that can help you set off some nice things in the future.
Yeah. And man, I'm looking at why couldn't this be featured with Olympia? I'm just saying he's not revered.
That's because Olympia is not humble.
I guess that's true. That's true. I had to always mention my boy
decked
Olympia.
Out in gold. It's not even the strongest armor, and he's still doing it.
Yeah, I would say it's a 3 on the humble entrance. All right. The next one's you. I think they named this card after you, Andrew.
Oh, they did? Oh, let me read it now. We got Darling of the Crowd here, yellow free block, revered block. And while this is defending, if you've been sheared this turn, it gets +1. Yeah, I think this is very much just a 3.
Yeah, it's a 3. But I do like how it's Darling of the Crowd. Look at these. Look at the little goblin in the lower right corner. Look how it's just looking up at this guy. Right?
I know. I love that little guy. He's like a cool dude.
I think it's a girl.
I think of Hope.
I think they're all women. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I still want to take it home with me.
Fair.
Sure.
Back to the pond.
So not so mighty. This is a revered block blue pitch, 2 block. When this defends a reviled hero's attack, destroy a might token they control. If you do, create a toughness token. I find this to be a 2 with an additional 3. Right? If you're fighting a reviled hero, sure, play it. But honestly, there's so many better cards.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it could swing it. You could take one of their might tokens away and add a toughness, but that's a lot of hoops to draw through. You have to draw it perfectly well as well to get the revered block off. I just really find that this is not doing it for me. I give this a 2.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel
yeah.
it's very often you have your opponent have a might on your turn until after blocks. Like Lyath is going to wait until like the end of turn to make the might.
Yeah, it's like it's just the ordering of this is so weird. Such a badass art too, but man. Anyways, all right. So that will finish our revered set of cards. We're going to switch over to the reviled heroes going into the next block of time here. Again, timestamps are down below. Gentlemen, before we go into the reviled heroes, all right, where the crowd boos and throws crap at the arena. I don't know how that actually works. What do you think about the revered heroes, though? Are you pretty excited about this, or?
Yeah,
I think it's been pretty interesting. Yeah.
Like, let's say if you were to start a new hero out of the 2 revered heroes, which way do you lead? What way do you lean toward?
I think as far as like funness for me, mechanically speaking, Pleaides is very interesting with the whole manipulating the suspense counters and, you know, figuring out the timing of your big attacks. But as far as just like overall cuteness, I'd go with Tuffnut. He's a cute looking guy right there, especially his young form. He's just big old bear.
Yeah, but if you're a new player, a great way to get into the game is to buy an armory deck because you don't own anything, and so you can go to your friendly local game store only on release weekend because they're always sold out afterwards.
Yep.
And buy a Pleaides armory deck.
And shout out to Level Up Games, who does not listen, I don't think. Maybe they do. It's hard to say.
I'm sure they do not.
But, you know, yeah, Pleaides coming out with the armory deck. It's pretty good to start. I do think both heroes have a potential higher ceiling than most people anticipate. Like on the surface value, Pleaides seems like you manipulate their auras, move them around. But Tuffnut, because you're restricted with the 3-card hand with the potential pitching to the top card of the deck, I do think he has a great way of being built, and like that's going to be so up to the pilot of that deck. But Pleaides also has the upside of we just had a set released for Guardian. Now, most of the time, she's not going to really use those cards that's not included in her armory deck. But you do have the option to kind of like really flex out. And you also have the cards from Super Slam. So Pleaides might be easier to get into. Plus, she's a cutie, you know?
She is a cutie.
I mean, Tuffnut's a cutie, too. I mean, like you said.
Pleaides has like resting prism face, man. Like,
I will say this: the Pleaides armory deck comes with I think 2 Spinal Crushes, which is not nothing.
All right, guys, we are starting back because we never really left. Ignore the drink change and Ning yawning, and you know, Andrew, you got cute little ears sticking out your hat. So, with that being said, I think we left off with Ning reading the last card, or was it me? No, it was me. Yeah. So, Ning, you are starting on Kayo.
Yep. So, we get a new Kayo. Kayo Strong Arm. He is a reviled brute hero with the intelligence of 4 and 20 health in the young form and 40 in the adult form. So, just like the KO from heavy hitters, you start the game with 1 weapon zone. Does that matter? Not at all. Not in this set. Yeah. So his ability is an instant where you can pay 4 into it, and you can tap. Then you have to tap KO. So then target attack action card you control has 6 base attack, and then whenever the crowd boos you, create a vigor token.
What's your initial thoughts on this guy?
I think like that concealed. He just has an ability that means that like all you need is blue cards, and you at least have like a game. Like every blue card in the deck is a 4 for 6.
Yeah,
and that's like your base. That's insane. And then like in the course in limited, yeah, like the first part doesn't matter, and he's balanced around the idea that you only have 1 weapon zone.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, if you don't have to worry about that, this guy's awesome.
Yeah.
I think in limited, like even a 2-card for 6 at any time, we could cover how that would work. But once you get your vigor train rolling, right? I think he becomes potentially very strong. And all the cards that you're doing, as you said, there's a lot of blue counts for the reviled heroes that have really strong on hits, right? Or just playing. So yeah, I think when we get into it, you'll find that on first inspection, it's not like the hero power is a, 4 resource intensive heavy hero card, but it's not really that much. It could be really a blue pitch +5, blue pitch +4. And if you're thinking about it along those ways, he's kind of above rate, especially if you get all the other effects off. I know some other popular cast kind of denoted him as the brute assassin. I can kind of see why, or the brute face up Yuzuri to more Ning's uh, hero choice. So it's kind of funny because you know what the attack reaction is. This is actually coming at you for a 6 most of the time. I love how you can play as an instant too. Right. Cover that the hero abilities.
All right, so I get to read Laughing Knee Slappers. You know, great name. You know.
Yeah.
One block Reviled Brute Equipment Legs. If you control a Might and a Vigor token, this gets +2, and it has Blade Break. 4 out of 5. Yeah, like this entire cycle. It's like every hero has like their 1 block Blade Break equipment that has the if you control it X and Y get +2.
So I guess anything that blocks, and it's kind of easy. So that's why you're giving it a 4. I say any of the equipment's a solid 3, just because by the nature of it being an equipment that you need to equip. Haha, double name. But yeah, so I can see how this could be. I can see how you're giving it a 4. So
because that's fairly important in this set in particular, because in this set you either are, if you're playing a reviled hero, you want to have more life than your opponent. If you're playing a revered hero, you want to have less life than your opponent. What helps you do that? Equipment.
Yeah. So all right, outside interference. It's a blue pitch, 3 cost, 6 power, 0 block, reviled brute action attack. Instant, discard this. You may reveal a reviled attack action card from your inventory and put it into your hand. I don't know how this stands in limited, because you're pretty much going to be playing most of this as well. On the face up, it's also not really using his hero ability. I think this reads me more of a CC card, and it's not naturally strong. I give this a 3. Right, in limited, right? Your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, it's almost like kind of weird because it's kind of hard to have like a good reviled attack to grab.
Yeah.
Because, you know, why are you not playing it in your deck if you think it's good? That means, like, if you open like a large number of good red cards, you can just go, this is a blue that turns into a red.
Yeah. But with his hero ability, it's less important that it's a 6 power. I mean, you do want them in there, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think this goes above a 3. Like, in limited, I just don't see how he would use this to this fullest effect. Now, I could be wrong, but that's my gut feeling. Ning, you get thoughts on this? If you treat like Kayo like an Azuri, what's this mean, right?
I suppose if you go from that route, I mean, this is a 2-card 6 that's a blue, so you can still pitch into it worst case scenario, right? Because for you to do the KO thing, you need to pitch at least 2 cards, assuming you don't have a vigor, to bump something up to a 6. But as far as the block value being 0, I mean, like Andrew said, you can, worst case scenario, just swap this out for some red that didn't fit your cost curve for whatever reason. In the event that you can pay for it normally or whatever. So I don't know. I do think it's a good 3, I suppose. Our next card is Big Bully. It is a 4 attack 3. When this attacks a hero, if you have more health than them, the crowd boos you. If you've been booed this turn, this card base is doubled. I really like this card, and I'm going to give it a 4, and it doesn't even matter what anybody else says.
I mean, it's really a freaking 2-card 12. Is that what you're reading, Andrew?
Yeah, so
it is definitely 2-card 12.
Yeah, Kayo's hero ability changes
3-card 12.
Yeah, it changes the base power of the card, which is kind of weird because normally in Flesh and Blood you don't do that. Like, this is the first time we've actually had like changing the base power of cards as a thing that happens in the game. But yeah, like, another thing to keep in mind too is it makes a vigor if you have that ability.
Yep.
To just have less life than your opponent, which is very good for starting your vigor trains. Which I'm sure we'll get to talking about the vigor train eventually.
Yeah.
Curve of activating Kayo. And also, it's just a 2 for 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like, this card's like a 5 to me. Like,
this
if I
is
just pick one card to put in my seal pool, this is what I want.
I did think about the 5, yeah.
This is me using another 5. This is my second 5 officially because this card is good, right? So, I mean, in KO because it's a Reviled Brute action, right? So it's KO specific. It's a great card in KO. Right?
Yeah. Obviously, yeah.
All right. Let's talk about the Cheater's Charm. How appropriate that you get this, Andrew, because you like the charms a lot.
Yeah, no, I get to read another charm. This is a 0-cost yellow Reviled Brute instant. Choose any number, steal a confidence or toughness token, the crowd boos you, and if you control an attack with 6 or more power, deal 2 damage to target hero unless they discard a card. Yeah, it's a charm. I put it at 4. This is also notably a really good way to close out the game.
Yeah. Uninteractable 2 damage, that's pretty solid. And you put that pressure on them, I give this a 4.
Yeah. But what the hell? Nate, what's your comp?
Oh, this bad boy?
What is this thing?
It's Darth Vader, baby.
Oh.
That's funny.
Just drinking out of his cranium. No big deal.
Drinking out of his mind grapes, huh? So what would you give this? Needing a 4 as well?
I like it as a 4, yeah. I extra like it because it's steal a confidence or a toughness.
And that's the thing about, actually, that's a good point you bring up because the Reviled heroes steal, the Revered heroes destroy. So, it's kind of interesting that they went that route, but I like it. So, Still Victory, I think, is on you, Will. That's me. Still Victory.
Yeah,
it's a blue pitch, Reviled Brute block, 3 block, or it's a 3 defensive card. When this defends, steal an aura token that attacking hero controls. Gain control of it. Man, I think this is a solid 3. Depending, because it's really going to be based off your opponent's play state, which I do not like having my cards rely on the opponent having something out there for me to get the full effect. And you might just get unlucky. But if you get this has a potential upside of being a 4 if you steal a really strong aura card from your opponent. Because when you steal it, that's entering your side of the. It's starting in play, right? Like, so let's say if it says this aura, when it comes into play, draw a card. Does that work when you steal it as well?
Well, it steals aura tokens, so.
Aura tokens. Aura tokens.
Beginning of the.
If this just stole an aura, this card would be like a 5. But no.
Okay. If that's the case, it's a 3.
Like I lean more towards it being 4.
Okay.
But it's like very close to 3 to me.
Okay.
Next we have offensive behavior. So it's our, I guess our first. Yeah, first blue attack, block 3, cost 0, attacks for 2. If you control a might or vigor token, this gets +1. When this hits a hero, create a might and a vigor token. I think this is a pretty good 4.
Yeah.
Mainly because chances are you're gonna, I guess hopefully you always kind of either have a might or a vigor token, and then this will naturally come in as a 7 attack with the ability.
It's a 2-card 7 that on hit makes 2 points of value in addition to it, the might and a vigor, right? Ideally, that's the way I'm looking at it.
It's a 2-card 7 if you had a vigor last turn.
Right. But I mean, that's the thing with KO though. You're going to try to get this Vigor train rolling and keep it going.
Because you always have a boo. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of how you have to think of KO. When you lose, so when you get that train rolling, it's very effective. But if you lose it, then you're kind of on the back foot, right? So I'm going to always assume, and it might not happen, but like even if it's a 3-card 7, it's below rate. But if you get the on hit for it, then it's at least on rate. So if you got the Vigor train rolling, you do it. It's a 2-card 6 and then or 2-card 7. Then you get the on hit. Then all of a sudden it's really a 2-card 9, right? Yep. Andrew, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, give it a 4. Like even if you don't have the ability to make it go really hard, your opponent doesn't know that.
100%. Also, you could just straight play it, right, and not even activate KO's ability and say "fuck you." What's your decision, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So
yeah, you do like the assassin thing.
Yeah. All right. So I'd give this a 4. Let's talk about the hero that Lyath Goldmane.
Yeah, Lyath Goldmane. Yeah. So he's a reviled guardian hero, and he says the base attack and block of cards you control are halved rounded up. Parentheses 5 becomes free, close parentheses. And then instant, for 2 and a tap him, the crowd boos you. Defending its action cards you control, get +1 block this turn. And whenever the crowd boos you, create a might token. And he's got a big brain. He has 5 intellect.
What? The first hero with the 5? That's what they advertised, right? First thing it said, first 5 intellect hero.
Yeah, and he has a lot. Like, look at that thing.
Yeah.
That's why he's got a gold mane.
Yeah, he's so dope. I love him.
But thankfully, Guardians have such a great fridge. At least you use the equipment to block for full value, right, Andrew?
I mean, limited, yeah, but in CC, he has the block value of equipment as well.
Oh no! So yeah, dude. He's an interesting hero because if you do the instant, right, like you get the +1 defense and the might, it's just conditional. Anytime someone boos you, you create a might token. Dude, there's a lot of cards that boo you just by being played, right?
Well,
this is strong stomach for adversity. If you control a confidence and might token, this gets +2. So note that with Lyath, anytime it gets a +2 in the ability section, well, that 1 defense actually becomes a 1 anyways. You have it round up, so it's 0.51, and then you add a +2 on top, so it could still potentially block for 3. So in the equipment side, it's not really such a detriment. I know you guys say all equipment's a 4 just by the nature of it, of the way it's here, but the confidence token, I'm not sure how you could gain confidence tokens yet, but I still give all the equipment I'm saying with my 3. I know you guys want to stick to your 4.
I think it's still a good 3 or a good 4. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing I think keep in mind too is that if you have a confidence in a might token, that's when usually you want to block the most.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But worst case, it still at least blocks for 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one is our first Reviled Guardian Majestic card. So it is Leave Them Hanging, a red card that costs 3, blocks for 3. It is an instant aura, has the suspense. So it comes in with 2 suspense counters at the start of your turn, remove 1, and then when the card has no more suspense counters, you destroy it. When the card enters the arena, you get to intimidate the target hero, so a little callback, which just means that your opponent banishes a random card from their hand face down, and then at the beginning of the end phase, they do get to get that card back into their hand. The aura then says, when this leaves the arena, your next attack this turn gets +4. So it's pretty neat.
Ning. This is an instant, dude. How many cards on one hand can you count that intimidates on your opponent's turn? 1.
Yeah.
And that's Scowling Flesh 2?
That's right.
Oh, yeah, well, this one.
Well, including this one, it's now 2, right?
Yeah.
And Scowling Fleshbag is such a ball-breaking card, right? It's one of the best headsets out there. And now the Guardians have it as an instant. Just imagine that, dude. Dude, it is so freaking good, man. Like, and that's not even the plus side. I would have paid 3 just for that.
Yeah. No, I like this card a lot. I mean, especially it feels like it costs a lot with the 3, but again, Lyath comes in with 5 cards, so this is not an issue for him to pay into it. I feel like this is a pretty good 5, right? Because you have the Intimidate to either disrupt their turn or you can disrupt their blocking, and then 2 turns later you get to have your +4 on your big turn, which does not get halved, right? So
I mean, I think in CC this has got a bigger play, right? But in limited it's still really good just because you can stop someone's turn in the tracks. A 2 card whatever is a 1 card you can't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, like stuff to keep in mind is you can just play this when your opponent like does stuff on their turn. So like they play what was that card caller? God, let me find it. Heroic Pose, for example. It's pretty obvious they're about to play an attack. You just be like, no, stop it.
Yeah, and like even if they pitch for that, and then they have, like, say they pitch to play Heroic Pose, all right. At this point on the stack, you play this. All right, Heroic Pose. These fingers right here, right? Like, this done,
like,
dude.
If they don't have an attack like randomly in their arsenal, that can just completely shut down their turn.
Yeah.
And then like this ended up being like a 2-card 9 or something.
Dude, it's like and no, like Andrew, you hear me, right? A defensive Intimidate is so much better. It is so good, right? Like I would play this hero just for that defensive Intimidate because when I do the Scowling Fleshbag and I see like my opponents just like get triggered, I love it. I eat that shit up, dude. Anyways, it's so good. And then it's not even the second ability, the +4 on when this leaves arena.
Oh yeah.
I mean that's just like
icing on the cake too. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
This is
so it's on.
And also again, these instant auras still block for 3, which is crazy.
Such a good card. Right, I would honestly say that that is probably for me one of the stronger Lilith cards. Right,
it's probably the best card in Lyath.
Yeah, is it Lyath? Am I pronouncing it the whole time?
Yeah. So you see, it's a pun on liar.
The liar,
heroes in this game are named after puns.
Very cool. All right, this is on you.
Oh shit, it is. I mean, 2 steps ahead. A blue 0-cost free block aura. At the start of your turn, destroy this, then create a confidence and 3 might tokens. And you'll note, those tokens blow up at start of turn, so those are going to stick around onto next turn. And so, if you have your strong stomach for adversity, suddenly, this is a great way to turn that card on. It's also like a fantastic way to like set up for like your big turns, because the way that Lyath works usually is you want to like stack a bunch of
Like again, I like how they played his ability to like really only have the cards, the powers have, the defensive powers have, but any of the pluses are still full effect, right? So I like that. Liar's Charm. This is a yellow pitch, 0-cost, Reviled Guardian instant like all the other charms. Choose any number. Steal a toughness or vigor token. The crowd boos you. The target hero loses and can't gain abilities this action phase unless they discard a card. So the crowd booing you is pretty much giving you a might token regardless, right? And also activating your other abilities. Target hero losing and can't gain abilities this action phase unless they discard a card. I don't know how strong that is in limited for...
What?
Well, you can use it on yourself.
Target hero.
Oh, that's right. So you could use it on, yourself. Well, this is a 4, definitely, right?
Yeah, like this is like, you just play like your random 3 for 7, and your opponent's like, oh, this is only coming good for 4. Surely it's not that big. And you're like, boom, give it +3, make a might, steal your vigor token too, because why not?
Oh, yeah. So you're saying, like, since it's an instant, right? I not only do I make a might token for the next thing, and I take whatever, like a vigor or a toughness token from my opponent, but if I play this as an instant, my attack that's halved all of a sudden goes to full attack value. That seems pretty good. So.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting about Lyath in particular, is that because he has 5 intellect, he gets through his entire deck in 6 turns. Like, it's pretty easy to just zoom through that thing.
Yeah, I love this card, by the way.
Truth or Trickery. We have. Is this Lyath that's petting this lamb?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look how happy that little bastard looks, by the way. The lamb.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is a yellow card that blocks 3. It is a Reviled Guardian block card. When this defends, you may look at the top card of your deck and choose a color. If you do, the attacking hero guesses if that card is the chosen color. Then they look at it. If they guess wrong, they discard it. This for me is a 4, just because there is no real downside. In my opinion, like if they guess right, I guess they see the first card in your 5-card hand. Wah. But if they guess wrong, they discard a card, and it's just a block 3. And
something to keep in mind is it's not a block 3; it's a block 2.
True. Look, then you play Liar's Charm on yourself. It's a whole bit. Yeah,
that being said, this card's amazing. Easy for.
I like it.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is one of the better block cards I've seen so far. And we've seen a lot of them, like from the Revered staff, but I think this Reviled Guardian block uses it really well. I love that whole guessing game, like, and the mind games that are involved with it. It's so good. I can see a lot of fun happening with this card. It's so thematic. I think LSS really did a good job at hitting these type of cards out the park, where it's so on theme for the hero. I love it. Right. Yeah. Plus the artwork. I mean, so good.
Yeah. Something that's like funny about this card too is that it's specifically mentioned in the release notes that if you choose to look at the top card of your deck, you have to actually physically look at it. You can't just not look at it and say a color with your opponent. Am I right?
That's pretty funny.
So sad. That's like such a power play.
Dude, yeah. Funny. Like, hey, I don't even know. I say it's red, right? And not even look at it. You have to look at it. That's funny. You didn't look at it like this? That's so good.
Yeah. Next, we got Spew Obscenities. A yellow... if you control a confidence or might token, this gets +1. And when this hits a hero, you create a confidence and a might token. So
the flavor text is also really good.
Oh yeah, gallbladder ampersand #$ question mark ampersand exclamation point privy with a blunt #$ @.
He's just spewing obscenities. This guy, calm down.
Other crimes, baleful horror. I really like the name Fugger. I think we should have a hero with that name.
Shoot, Fugger come out. He's like, man, I can see us having a lot of fun stuff with that. What do you think about this card, though? I mean, for him, it's a 2 attack or a 2 block, which is kind of on par. But if you get everything else, it goes to the 3. And then when you hit a hero, it goes above rate by a lot. It's a 0-4, potentially 5. Am I reading it?
Because you're probably always, most times you're going to use your hero ability. So you're going to boost, or you're going to get booed, which means you get a might token. And then you probably control. Oh, well, let me think about that. No. Because I guess it would pop at the beginning of your turn. So therefore you wouldn't have a might token anymore on your turn. But you probably, I don't know. But either way, I would say it's generally a 0 for 3, and then probably a 0 for 4 sometimes, and then other buffs. Yeah.
So what would we rate it at? Specifically for limited.
I put it at like 3.
Yeah,
it's kind of sad. I really like the card.
Yeah. It's a 4 in our hearts.
4 in our hearts, 3 on the table. Yeah, I get that.
That's right.
Horns of the Despised. This is when this defends, the crowd boos you. Blade Break, Reviled Equipment Head is. We are now going from the specific class specific Reviled cards to the generic Reviled cards, the talent cards. I mean, you're happy to see it. Blade Break, it does trigger the booing mechanic. So for Lyath, it will make it a might token, and for Kayo, it's a vigor. So easily first turn 0, you start your vigor train with this, right? With Kayo. If you have to, right? And then, so I think it's good. Solid 3 for me.
Oh, this is like a high 4 for me. Like,
yeah, very poor.
It's 2 value, and like in KO, it starts your train.
Yeah,
the train is good.
Well, so yeah, I say in KO, it's like we had the difference in the Pleaides had a 4.
I would
with
say
their
it's 4 overall, at least.
Yeah, that's
see,
insanely good.
I would say it's a 4 in KO and a 3 in Lyath. But I could, that's just my opinion. I just think it's better in KO. You think it's better in Lyath?
Yeah, it makes a bite.
But it starts KO's Vigor trade. That's so important. Like, and you need to block anyways. Anyways, comment down below if you agree or disagree.
Alrighty.
Next we have the Mighty Bone Knuckles. There's Arm Piece, blocks for 1, Blade Break, action, pay 3, destroy this, create 3 Might tokens, activate this if you have more health than each other hero. So if you're in UPF, hoo boy, but in limited, only your opponent. I don't know. I think overall it's still just a good equipment with potential good stuff. We'll just slap a 4 on it and move on.
Yeah.
I say it's a 3, but then again, I know I'm outvoted, guys. So
yeah, clearly it's a 4.
All right.
I'm just trying to see what the alternatives are.
And
you guys,
let me say, Andrew, before we read this card, when people first saw the card, they lost their ever-loving crap when they saw this card. But go ahead. Let's hear. Let you read it now.
This is a red 0 for free. Free block. When this attacks a hero, you may pay up to 3, intimidate them that many times. Yeah, this is a fun card. Very, very fun card. It kills people.
Yeah.
If you play this against a Tuffnut, you can just take their hand. They just don't get to play the game for that turn. Like, you turn 0 bully tactics, there's just free damage they take.
You only start at 20 life and limited too, so
yeah, if you start like getting this buffed, like if you can like set this up with like, +5, for example, this could just kill people out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. So you would not, like, to clarify, you wouldn't use this on turn 0 because there's no way to really pump it at turn 0. But you could pretty much take your hand and just deal 3 damage, bringing them down to 17 life if you're Tuffnut, right? But in the future, it's an evasive damage because really you're taking 3 cards from their hand, right? So what's your rating on this?
Yeah, it's like a 4 out of 5.
Yeah, I think it's a 4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, fix the match. It's a yellow pitch, 0 cost, 3 power, 2 block. When this attacks, search your deck for a card, then shuffle and put that card on top. Whenever a card defends this, clash with the defending hero. The winner creates a Might token.
That's really fun.
Yeah, oof. When this attacks, search your card for a deck and then shuffle and put it on top. That alone helps you filter out your cards and reshuffle everything you need to. But if you're looking for that specific card to kind of start everything, but also you're just kind of, again, fixing the match so you can win the clash. Does Lyath's ability count even if it's revealed from the top? So that's a little bit more difficult. But in KO, I could definitely see this being a 4. In Lyath, so far I haven't really seen potential upside. So I would like to say this is a 3 in Lyath. But, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that's like pretty decent like evaluation. Like this in Lyath, KO is like really just good for closing out games because you just play your opponent. You can easily bring it up to 6 with just your hero power, and your opponents be like, "Oh no, how much do I block this for? This isn't good." Yeah, the tutoring part is not super great in limited because it's limited. You generally want to pitch stack in limited, and this makes that hard.
See, I took it from the thought that you could search for your bomb if you drew one with this card. I mean, you're pretty much relying on having 2 bombs, but there's some combos that really get everything going. So I can see how that would really be beneficial in some ways too. But so we're saying it's a 4 or a 3?
3.
3.
Okay.
Yeah. Next, we're looking at Battered, Beaten, Broken. It is a yellow 0 for 1, blocks for 3. When this attacks a hero, intimidate them. If you control 3 or more auras, this gets +3. And when this hits a hero, destroy an intimidated card they control. That's pretty fun in Lyath. And I suppose also pretty fun in KO. I don't know the likelihood of KO being able to get 3 or more auras, but I would assume it's a lot easier in Lyath with mites and also the Guardian auras to do the thing.
Easier to get off in Lyath because Lyath has access to instant speed auras.
Yeah.
But in Kayo, you just have the ability to like buff this up, and generally you have a bit of equipment that lets you create. Generally try to set it up in conjunction with like your Mighty Bone Knuckles to get
sense.
Really good like pivot turn because
that's the way I read it. I think if you play this at face value of a 0-4-1, or like in KO's case, it's a 0-4-6. I'm sorry, it's a 2-card 6 with Intimidate. It's still like those cards are strong with the potential upside, and the upside is not so undoable that you can't get it. And if you do get it, they just lost a card, so it's really a 2-card 9, right? Which is above rate if everything kind of follows suit, but. All right.
Yeah, next we have Escalate Violence, a blue 1 cost, free attack, free block. When this attacks, if you control a might token, you create 3 more. So notably in Lyath, your hero ability makes might tokens, so it's pretty easy to pay 2, pitching a blue card, and then you use your Violence. You can attack your opponent for 2 because you're playing Lyath. But you create 4 might tokens, so it's the equivalent of like a 3 for 6. And like, if you think about it, in Lyath you have like a 5-card hand, which in most heroes you have a 4-card hand, and in limited you're trying to usually get like free value on average per card. On Lyath, you're trying to get 12 value out of your hand. You only need to get like 2.4 value per card, and this card lets you get free value per card. That's busted.
Yeah. Guess that's true. I never really thought about the numbers difference when you do Lyath and how you take that 5-card hand and actually convert it, like do the natural divisions to actually lower the break point a little bit, like and actually get the true value. Never really thought about using it that way. So I guess on that way you have to evaluate if your hands are above rate or not a little bit differently than when you have your traditional 4 cards. But all right, so this is Gang Robbery. It's a yellow pitch, 0 cost, 1 attack, 3 block. When this attacks a hero, still an aura token they control. Gain control of it. If you control 3 or more auras, this gets +3. So, I mean, it's a solid card. There's a lot of auras floating around. Again, you know my thoughts on having to rely on your opponent to, get the full benefits of the card. Ning, you said it earlier. Like Lyath is probably easier to get this off than, a KO. But in KO, it's still a relatively strong card with his Vigor Train rolling and his hero ability. So, and your opponent doesn't really know. It could potentially be in KO like a 2-card 9 if everything lines up. So
you could up, but I guess the good thing about this is if you're, well, we'll say in the scenario of KO, I mean, you can steal his.
Exactly, right? So you start with pretty much your, like, even though you lose the Vigor, because you lose the Vigor at the beginning of your turn, right? You steal an aura, and if you use KO's ability to generate another aura with whatever effect, it's at least 2. So you only really have to come up with 1 more aura to get the full effect of this. So that's where it goes above rate. Andrew, what's your thoughts? I give this a solid 3. I'm happy to see this.
Yeah, I like having it at 4.
You have it at 4? I can see it as a 4 too.
Yeah, but one thing I think that we didn't do on the last card is actually rate it.
Oh, okay. We'll go back to Escalate Violence. I'm sorry, Andrew. Go ahead with your rating, man.
Yeah, let's give it a 4. Yeah, this card is, I think it's like a 4 in Lyath, a 3 in KO.
Yeah,
I can see that. Would you say the same thing with Gang Robbery, 4 in Lyath and then 3 in KO? Or is it a little bit easier because of the steal mechanic that they attach to this card?
Yeah, like just being able to steal an aura is really good. Like stealing a might is obviously great. Stealing a vigor is obviously great. Stealing a confidence can be literally.
Well, I guess you're right because it also changes the numbers, right? You're taking something away from your opponent if this lines up, and you're adding something to yourself. That's 2 points of swing value right there. And then if you get everything else lined up, so.
Yeah, this is like a 0 for 4 that like this could easily be a 1-card 6.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I moved my rating up to a 4. You convinced me on that one. I think I was being a little stingy with my rating. So
Sounds good. The next one is Tear Down the Idols. It is a red card, 3 for 7 that blocks 3. Our first hate card against Revered Heroes. When this attacks a Revered Hero, intimidate them. When this hits a Revered Hero, they discard a card. Sideboard 4. It's pretty fun.
yeah, sideboard 4.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I put it about like sideboard 4. Like it still blocks 3 at the worst.
Yeah.
I like how Andrew gets the big brain cards. Let me say I appreciate you being on the cast for these.
Thanks the Lord.
You think I'm sober right now? I have no clue what half these things do. The old switcheroo. Blue 0 cost 2/3. Instant. Discard this. Next time you would clash with target hero this turn. Instead you reveal the top card of their deck and they reveal the top card of your deck. And if you win the clash, they discard a card. Yes, this is like obviously a card that's pretty nice in specifically Lyath because Lyath does not win clashes like ever.
Yeah.
Like it makes them discard a card as well, which if your opponent's not expecting that can be insane. Like insanely game winning. Like earlier we were talking about what's that? Well, what's the revered card? That's like when you block with this clash called.
The smash.
Oh, tough smash up. There we go. Yeah. That can just completely negate their entire turn, all on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess in Lyath, this card is better than it is in KO, right?
Yeah, I think this is like another one of those ones. It's like 4 in Lyath, 3 in KO.
Would he still do this as a 3 in KO?
It's a blue free block.
I guess it's true. Okay. Yeah, so definitely 4 in Lyath because he has the ability to just win that clash. Rip up their virtues. This is a blue pitch, 0 cost, reviled instant. Destroy up to 3 toughness tokens. Create a might token for each token destroyed this way. This is very similar to the revered card of the similar vein. I didn't rate that one highly for the reason that you might not get the full value. It does swing a lot. If you do get it off, I guess in certain matchups, like against Tuffnut, I would definitely bring this in. But I think as is, I'd rate it a 2. Against Tuffnut, it might be a 3. But I don't like, so I'd keep this on the side. And, if I play him against a specific hero, I'd probably bring it in. You guys got thoughts on this?
Nope. No thoughts.
All
right. Next, we have Fight Dirty. So it is a red 3 for 7 and blocks 2. If this is defended by a revered card, this gets +1. When this hits a revered hero, destroy the top card of their deck. Yeah, it's just more hate. Sideboard 4, I suppose, but otherwise it's a 3.
2 card 8. I mean, roughly. Well, I guess in KO specifically.
Yeah, in Lyath it's a 2 card.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair enough.
But it's just still fine because you
still have all the buffs and the might.
It sounds below rate until you account for the fact that you had an extra card in hand, so it's 50.
Yeah.
And who doesn't like disruption? So.
And in a 30 card format, like with the steel, destroying a top card of the deck is detrimental.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Fatiguing very real.
Yeah. That's not a full point of value, but I would definitely put it up there. All right.
Next, we have a rainbow card. I haven't done this in a while. We got Mocking Blow. So the red is a 0 cost 1 free. And you'll note, too, the yellow is also a 0 cost 1 free. And the blue is also a 0 cost 1 free. The difference is in the text of the actual card. So when this attacks a hero, if you have more life than them, the crowd boos you. This is true for all copies. But the red one says if you've been booed this turn, this gets +4. In yellow, it's +3. And in blue, it's +2. This really good because this is just a 0 for 5 if you have more life than your opponent with 1 card.
Yeah.
And if you're KO, it becomes like a 4 for 9?
Yeah.
It's 4 for 10. That's pretty good.
Yep.
And then if you're Lyath, you get the might token. So this is like a 1 card 6.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. I would say this is
Yeah, easy 4.
Yeah.
Easy 4.
I like this card a lot. This is blue pitch, 3 cost, reviled action attack. It's a 5 power, 3 block. If you would fail to win a clash revealing this, instead you win the clash and the crowd boos you. I like the flavor on this. I would say this is a solid 3. Only because, and this is my thought, if you would fail to win a clash, so if you're relying on this card to be exactly on the top of the card when you are pinning clash cards in your Lyath deck. All right, so
in KO too.
In KO, it's like,
but it might win.
But it's still, if you win or
then
lose,
you win the clash.
Yeah. So either way, this is a guaranteed win in KO on any kind of clash mechanics. So I would say this is a solid 3 in Lyath, and then in KO, if you're playing the clash, I can see it being worth a lot more. But again, everything has to line up. You're happy to see it, but it's still a 3 for 5. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
3 cost 5 attack power. It's kind of, but it's still a blue pitch 3 block. So I would say solid 3 in both heroes for different reasons. Guaranteed win in the clash for KO, and it really does win the clash for Lyath if you reveal it. So
yeah, and as a blue card, it's really easy to just keep. You go free.
Makes sense. Next we have Cheap Shot. So it is a yellow 0 cost card, blocked for 2. So it is an action card. If you've been booed this turn, you may play this as though it were an instant. Deal 2 damage to target hero unless they discard a card. Seems to be pretty fun. I don't know if I'd put like 3 of them in my deck or however many you get to pull, but I enjoy it enough to have a 4 just so you can have a little sneak attack.
Yeah, like I'd say this is like a 4 with Lyath. You can actually very easily play this on your opponent's turn, and it's kind of hard for them to play around it. Like you can't just keep a card in your hand the entire game.
Yeah.
And so like it basically means your opponent starts the game at 18, and you need that in limited with Lyath because you're not winning any long game.
Yeah. Yeah, so do you think Lyath is kind of like a strong aggro hero with these little cheap attacks?
Yeah, he has to be. Like you just lose any math battle in terms of like extracting maximum value per card.
Yeah, I know with Lyath, and specifically, you do not want to go long with him because he's probably the one that's most easily fatigable.
Yeah.
All right, with no weapon, you're pretty much up Craps Creek, you know?
Next, we have Sadistic Scowl. This is a red 3 cost 2 block reviled action. Your next attack this turn gets +5, and then you get to intimidate target hero. Go again. Yeah, this card is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Intimidate is really good for closing out games. And like 2 card 5 is already like decent enough in limited when it has go again.
The intimidate trigger as well. I mean, honestly, any hero would love to see, like any of the reviled heroes would love to see this for different reasons. Like for KO, you keep your whole grip, you take all the damage, whatever you need to do. You're sending out 4 card 11, right? Roughly, right? In Lyath, you would still use this. It's 1 card to pitch, and then he gets a +5 for any of his other attacks. So he's happy to see that too in that way. You know, I like this card a lot. Plus, Intimidate here, the Intimidate trigger is pretty strong in a limited format.
Yeah, this is easy 4.
Yeah, I would say 4. Okay, this one is a blue pitch 0 cost reviled instant. Create a might token for each defending card controlled by an opponent on the combat chain. This is a 2.
It's called an arrogant showboating too.
Thank you, dang. I was wondering what its name was when.
Yeah.
All right, for our esteemed listeners, you'll understand that the alcohol we've been consuming has taken an effect, and so the show will.
Diet Coke, calm down.
Well, no. I drank 2 Diet Cokes, and I switched over. I've been drinking Diet Cokes from a chaser, man. I started with whiskey. I ended with beer.
Okay.
So, dude, I've been drinking a hell.
I thought you were like, ooh, look at my Diet Coke. I'm really tipsy, boys.
Dude, it's catching up is all I'm saying. So let me focus up here. It's a 2.
It's a 2.
I put it up to like 3. This is like in KO.
Create a might token for each defending card controlled by an opponent on the combat chain.
Yeah,
I suppose at some point there's going to be a lot of defending cards.
Yeah, like in the late game, what's going to happen is you play a 0 cost as Kayo. You have 1 floating. You look at your opponent and go, all right, you're going to block free and let me kill you. And they're going to say no. You're going to block 6. And you go, okay, arrogant showboating, make 2 bites. Well, it's like 2 or 3 bites. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty good. And then on Lyath, like, you need like any bit of like random hand extension. And this is like pretty good hand extension.
Yeah. I mean... I find that, like, yeah, but there's not a lot of go again, not a lot of long chains here. But also, I get what you're saying, because even if they block 2 cards here and you keep it going, if they block 2 cards on your 1 attack, you're still getting 2 might tokens. It's still a little underrated for me, right? And you have to, again, I do not like relying on your opponent, right, to make your card get the full effect. I know it happens, but compared to some of the other cards we've seen, I find like this one's a little bit underwhelming for me. But again, limited, it might provide. I might be totally incorrect in this. So I like the card's picture though.
Yeah, it's very fun. He's a showbone.
Yeah.
Next we got Concealed Object. So in WWE fashion or wrestling fashion, you always got to have some weapon somewhere. So it is a blue card, instant item card. You as an instant target attack gets +1 at the beginning of your end phase. Destroy this. So this card will not survive past your turn if you play it on your turn. But I do like its utility of, non-conditional boo-in, and then also you get to sneak in a attack +1 because who doesn't like that? I would say this is a 3 to a 4 mainly on flavor. But
I give it a 3. Something that's pretty cool about this is that it only triggers at your end phase, so you can just play it turn 0.
All right.
Next, we have Bask in Your Own Greatness. This is a rainbow card. Costs 0, blocks 2, and red attacks for 4, yellow free, blue back tokens. So notably in Lyath, the red and the yellow are basically identical in terms of attack value. But so in KO, it's pretty easy to like pay 2 into this and like activate it, especially blue. So like I think like all colors of this are actually like really good. I like putting this at like 4.
And is it because you get to pay the 3 to create that many might tokens? So it's pretty much you pay the 3, get 3 might tokens off the rip, and then
this is a free for 7.
Yeah. All right. So clinch the upper hand. This is also a rainbow. 4/3/2, obviously 2 block, 0 cost. When this attacks or defends, if you have more life than each other hero, the crowd boos you. This is a little harder to evaluate for me. It is a 0 cost, and then as you were saying, Andrew, in Lyath, it is pretty much red and yellow is kind of the same. The crowd booing you if you have more life than each other is good. I would say this is a 3.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Next, we got the Goon Battery. So it is a blue card, 0 cost, 1 attack, blocks for 3. If you control 3 or more auras, this gets +3. And when this hits a hero, tap them. It's very fun, I suppose.
You're not a fan of the Goon Battery?
I gave it a 3.
Battery,
but
you get to tap your opponent,
Yeah, it's not super great to tap your opponent in this format.
Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, like I'll give it a 3. It's still a 3.
Yeah. And, with Lyath, him still might get that +3. He's fairly easy to get the 3 wars, so.
Yeah, so could be 0 for 4 with stuff.
And this is kind of like, is this like the equivalent, because we got Goon Battery, Goon Beatdown, and Goon Tactics. Is this the equivalent of the...
cycle.
Like, is this the equivalent of the
I love
disc?
the Gooner cycle, man.
So, do you want to read the rest of them? Just because it's the same? Or do you want to pass it on to Andrew? He loves the Goon cycle.
Real quickly.
Okay.
So, we have our Goon Battery, we have the Goon Beatdown, and the Goon Tactics. So, they're all blues. They all cost 0. They all attack for 1 and all block for 3. Goon Beatdown says, when the card hits a hero, the crowd boos you, and the Goon Tactic says, when this hits a hero, destroy the top card of their deck. But they're all, if you control 3 or more auras, this gets +3. So all start at 1 attack, but potentially can go up to 4 by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of give them all the same thing, a 3, but Lyath, I think, is easier to trigger it. Andrew, what is your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so personally, I think in the Gooning tier list...
The Gooning tier list.
Yeah, Goon Beatdown's probably the best, followed by Goon Tactics, and then followed by Goon Battery, but they're all, like, free.
Yeah. I mean, we already talked about when you destroy the top card of anyone's deck in a limited format, it hurts.
It's always good.
So, yeah. All right.
Next, we have Instill Fear, another rainbow. A 0 cost, free block. In red, it's a free. In yellow, a 2. In blue, a 1. And when this attacks a hero, you intimidate them. Yeah, I think this is just like a solid 3. It's just a nice body to put intimidate effects on. Not intimidate effects on, buffs on to intimidate your opponent for a potential closer.
Yeah, and it is noted that if you do this and you stack everything else on top, it could potentially be a higher base power. So that's really good too. And that intimidate in a limited format is strong. So especially against Tuffnut, probably like you were saying. Low blow. I've been kicked in the nads twice in my life, man. It sucks, dude. So I could totally relate to this guy.
I agree.
So it's a red cost 1, 3 power, 3 block. If you have been booed this turn, this gets +3. It's a 3. I mean, it's a red, so it's very easy to trigger though. So it's a 1 for technically 6.
Yeah, so Lyath...
Or in Lyath, it's a 1 for 5?
Yeah, well, since you have the hero ability, you can pitch a blue into this, create a might token, have the crowd boo you, attack for 5. So that means...
I'm going to switch it to a 4.
Ooh. I think it's a free, but I can see it being a 4. It's a good free.
Well, let's say even if you did it in Kayo, right, and you do his power, so it goes to a 9, right, potentially, right? It goes.
Yeah, but then you have to get booed, and that's hard.
Right.
Because Lyath automatically boos himself. Kayo does not.
Yeah, Lyath really is just
getting
booed.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
The next rainbow set we have is Take That. It is a 0 cost card that attacks for 5 and 2. Yellow and blue attacks for 4 and 3. When the combat chain closes, if this didn't hit, the defending hero creates a might token. I don't know. I would give this a. Ugh.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because
overall, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, in Lyath it only attacks for 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And KO, you want small attacks
to justify.
Yeah, and then in KO, usually you don't want your opponent to block because then you get to do the cool thing with your hero.
Yeah.
So but on the other hand, it's 0 for 5.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Hold on, do I have a die I can roll here? We'll determine what I rate it because that's how you rate cards.
Yeah.
Okay, it said free on it, so it's a free.
Okay. Sounds good.
I rolled a 3.
Good.
I would say it's a 3. I don't know. That's hard because I can see it go either way, but to be safe, let's go ahead and give it a 3. And then, that might turn our listeners hateful, but going on with the next card set.
The crowd hateful. We got a rainbow here. A free cost 2 block. Attacks for 5 in red, 4 in yellow, and 3 in blue. When this attacks a revered hero, this gets +3 on all of them. And then when this hits a revered hero, the crowd boos you.
Boo.
Yeah, boo. Hit their ghosts. So, yeah, notably when you're playing Lyath, this is in both red and yellow. Now, in red, this is a free for 6 on hit, make a might. And then the yellow and blues are free for 5s on hit, make a might, which is pretty nice.
So it's on, right? Yeah.
Yeah, in KO, costing free means that if you have one floating, it's it costs 0 because still able to activate KO targeting them. So like the blue, for example, can be turned into like a 7 for 9.
So it's really a 2-card 9 in most cases if you have the Vigor Train rolling.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you're rating it as a 3 or a 4?
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. It's part
Solid
of the problem
3.
is it's just expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's appreciate this card. This is like Trevor's Lubricate all over again, except Lubricate and Booze. It sounds like a dang good time, doesn't it? This is so it's called Booze. I see he's pouring out another one. So it's a blue pitch, 0 cost, Reviled Action Aura. It's a 3-block. Go again. When this enters or leaves the arena, the crowd boos you. At the start of your turn, destroy this. So very similar to what we saw for the Revered, except it was a cheering mechanic. I think we gave that one a 3. I'm going to stick with it and give this one a 3 as well.
Yeah, I give this a 3. This one's a little bit better. Like, might tokens are pretty easy to pull off.
Mm-hmm.
And then in KO, this lets you start and continue the Vigor Train.
Yeah. I gave 4 for the other one. I'll give 4 for this one. And because, like he said, this is just strictly better than the other one.
Put this up 4.
Then I'm definitely curious to what you're going to rate the next card.
Cruel Ambition. So it's a red card, 0 cost, blocked for 2. Create 3. My tokens go again. This is a 4.
Yeah, I think this is a 4 too. It also has really dope art. Like,
I love this art, man. I wish they made this a playmat. I don't know if they will, but can you imagine this as the EA?
Yeah, we didn't have that at Montreal, sadly.
I don't know. For me, I gave this a 3, and you guys are giving it a 4. And is it because because it's still, for me, it's a numbers thing. If I'm unsure, it's still a 3 points of value, but it does set up your other turns. So if, like in Limited, it's hard to set up 2 cards, even though you have a smaller card pool, like to utilize this with the other card that triggers off 3 auras. If you have it, like what we mentioned with Revered, I gave those cards a scoring of 3 roughly as well. So that's where I kind of gave this one too. But I can see it being a 4 because it adds on to their hero.
The big thing is in this format, and I guess these characters in general, you want to hit really tall.
Yeah.
Right. And this allows you to do that. And also with Lyath, this is strictly a 3 value. This is not a 3 attack that goes down to a 2.
Yeah. And I guess even for Kayo, it does build up his 6 power to a 9 power, which is really a tall attack. It's like they reversed the rules. I think people mentioned that before, where like the Reviled Brute is more of a tall attacker instead of going like it's just interesting,
Yeah. Yeah, and like it turns you on when you're trying to goon. It's great.
It does turn me on, 100%, dude. Especially with the goons. All right.
Oh, I got Boozica?
Oh, no. I don't know why it's doing it. It's jumping back and forth, but Revolting Gesture. I like how they blurred it out.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we got Revolting Gesture here. It's a 1 cost red. Your next attack this turn gets +3. And I believe that this is just it. There's no rainbow with this card.
Yep.
So this is basically like the equivalent of like Lead with Might for like a better description. If you're going to use the heavy hitters terminology.
Yep.
Or well, Lead with Power is what they called it in that set. But this just works on your next attack. Lead with Power like at least require you to play a Revered Guardian attack. Yeah, I think this is like a 4. This is a 1 for 4 with Go again. It's like that.
I gave this a 4.
Yep.
All right. I get to cover the Villainous Pose. This is a rainbow. Your next attack this turn gets +4. Well, it's a rainbow. It's a 2 cost, 2 block, reviled action. Your next attack this turn gets +4. Yellow is +3. Blue is +2. The crowd boos you. It gets Go again. I know this again. I love how there's a mirrored version of these action cards on the other side. Like we covered the Revered. We were going to cover the Reviled. I like this card a lot in the red. I think it's strong. I think it's definitely a 4 in the red. All right. The yellow and blue, I'm giving it as a 2. I'm sorry, not 2, a 3.
Yeah, I like that evaluation.
Yeah.
So in Lyath, this makes a Might token. That means it's basically a 2 for 5 with Go again. That's Surging Strike. That's pretty good limited numbers.
Yeah.
And then in KO, it costs 2. So you play Villainous Pose, you play your 0 cost attack, you have 1 floating, 1 card in hand. Suddenly your opponent doesn't know, are you going to buff this up
Yeah. All right.
Next, we have Disdainful Delight. It's a block card. The block's for 3, 2 in Lyath. While this is defending, if you've been booed this turn, this gets +1. I don't know. This is just a 2, probably.
Yeah. I'll give it a free.
Maybe a 3.
Yeah, like it blocks free, so in Kayo, it's a block free. In
Sure,
Lyath,
sure.
you activate Lyath, you've been booed, it blocks free.
Yeah. So, I guess there's better cards, so I gave it a 2 as well, Ning. But I can see how Andrew's valuation put it up to a 3.
Next, we have Not So Tough. It's a blue reviled block, blocks for 2. When this defends a revered hero's attack, you can destroy a toughness token they control, and if you do, you'll create a might token. So if you pull this off, it blocks 2. So that's 2 value. Hold on, got fingers. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Makes a might token. That's 4 value. That's 4 value out of a blue card. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so you're saying it's conditionally against a revered hero, this would be a 4?
Well, I'm saying it's 4 value out of a revered hero. I think that this is like a 2/free.
Yeah, okay. That's why I gave it. So, yeah, I think we rated the same thing in the revered category. Pretty much the same thing. It's a 2 with the conditional 3 if it's going against the opposite class or opposite talent.
Yeah.
Right. So, guys, that was our revered, reviled talent set. All right, now we're going to get to the class-specific cards. First off is going to be the Brutes. Again, if you're with us, timestamps as you're following us down below. We are here with the Overbearing Presence. Action, pay 3 resources, destroy this, create 3 Vigor tokens, activate this only if there's a card with a 6 or more power in your pit zone. Go again. Has Blade Break, and is 1 defensive card. I think if you have a overabundance of cards in your hand and you need to just pay it forward, this is where this goes. I guess see in some ways even doing this on turn 0, crazy as that might be, just so you can get the KO Vigor train rolling. Tuffnut, it's a little bit more different. I guess it just depends. You'll play this if you have it, but he could definitely use this for his, future turns as well. So a little different. I give it always a 3. What do you guys give it?
Give any piece of equipment that blocks 1 4 by default.
By default. So maybe I should just raise my number by 1. Set my standards a little bit higher for it.
Something I have to note too about this. So this doesn't mean that you can just pitch a 6 to play it. You actually have to have it before you activate it.
So is this really? Would this only be a Tuffnut card? Kayo could play this too, right? And let me think.
I mean, you can have a bad hand and an overpitch or whatever.
Yeah, like this is like something where you
we had those cards where it's like pay 1 and then +3 or 4 with some might or whatever. I mean, you could pitch into it like that.
You could also use his ability to target the card in your pitch zone to make the attack power a 6. Isn't that how it works?
I assume
that sounds really not good.
I'm just saying,
Kayo to double check that.
You can do it.
Attack action cards you control. I think that does technically work. I think if you have a card in pitch, you can pay for it and make it a.
I'm not saying.
Could do it.
You
technically
think about the big boss play you're doing this.
PC, you have some extra resources left on your Blood Rush Bellows turn.
Oh, dude. Can you imagine just this in limited and you doing that? It's like, and then you just look at your opponent like, oh yeah, I got a 4-card nothing.
Yeah, who's a Tuffnut now?
That's just a turn 0. That's like Syndra pitching into her daggers turn 0 with all her daggers on play still. Yeah.
All
right, cool. Next we got Reckless Stampede. So it is an attack card that's 2 for 7, blocks 0. It is red. Whenever a card defends this, clash with the defending hero. The winner deals 1 damage to the other. Each hero may put their revealed card on the bottom of its owner's deck. I feel like I saw this earlier, and for whatever reason, I feel like this is worse.
No, I actually think in the Brute specific cards, especially the ones that are playing this, you don't mind the clashing so much because,
I
like,
suppose in sealed, yeah, brutes are probably playing a lot more
Yeah,
attack.
it's
Even
also just 2 for 7.
yeah, 2 for 7 as is, and then I don't know, man. I think this is even played in CC, and it's still pretty good because it is uninteractable 1 damage, and so it's like
Yeah.
it's pretty decent just for that alone.
Yeah, if you're a Tuffnut, you're like fantastic at winning clashes. It's
Mhm.
very difficult. Like if you reveal a 6, especially like second cycle, it's super hard to like
Mm-hmm.
beat a 6 second cycle unless you're Tuffnut. Like this is a card that wins the game.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't think this is 5, not for me, but I think it's definitely a strong 4.
Yeah, this is like maybe the best 4 in the set.
I could agree with that, Andrew. I could agree with that.
Cool.
Next we have Shield of Strength. It's a red 2 cost. Attacks for 8 and blocks 3. Now calm down.
So
This gets -1 for each card of
sorry.
It's a 2 for 8.
I'm sorry. Like, man, I got excited. I think if I was
Yeah, look at that art, man.
oh my gosh. This is whew, let me tell you. If they were to tell me a year ago they're going to reprint Swing Big, all right, in a different card name, right? I would say ain't no freaking way. But damn if they didn't make a liar out of me because here it is, and I love this. I'm using my last 5 for this card. Done. I don't even want to look at the. No, I'm biased, guys, but this is a really strong card. Like,
Yeah. No, like I think in terms of like CC playability, I'd like rate this 5.
mm-hmm.
But in terms of limited, something to keep in mind is there's a very large quantity of cards in this set that have 6 or more power.
Yeah. So maybe it's not a 5 in limited, but it's still a strong card. And I'm super excited this for CC, so I'll give it 4. In reality,
I accept giving it a 5. Okay, you can waste your 5 on this.
No, I gotta save my last one for the. I know there's other cards that are coming up that's going to just like jaw drop me, and I want to save it for that. So,
Right.
but I am super happy they printed this.
I'll tell you what. I'll use one of my 5s on this.
All right, do you want to use one of your 5s? You want to use one of Evan's 5s on this?
This is one of Evan's 5s.
Okay.
Okay, because by the way, just to let you know, I did steal one of Evan's 5s on Leave Them Hanging. I asked him, he didn't respond, so I asked
default?
him well, you know, like the recite the entire Bible in Japanese. If no, I hit him with one of those.
Nice.
And he didn't recite the entire Bible in Japanese. He just breathed, so I basically get it.
Yeah,
get
fair
it.
Enough.
All right.
Enough. So you only have 5 5s to go with.
Gosh.
So, am I on Challenge Alpha or was that?
Yeah, it's you. I had
okay. It's a yellow pitch 3 cost. It's called Challenge Alpha, 6 power, 3 block. When this attacks a brute hero, this gets +2 power. When this hits a brute hero, they discard a card. If it has 6 or more power, you lose 2 life. I'm not very. This is a very class-specific card.
Support this.
It just in general, it's not a very good card. If it only, I mean, in limited, it targets like half the set, so it could be a 2-card 8.
Yeah, we got brute on brute violence over here.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
we don't support this at all.
I give this like a, I don't know, man. I give this like a 3.
That's about how I feel. If you're playing against a Guardian, it just has no text on it. It's just a yellow 6 that blocks free. That's perfectly fine in Tuffnut, and then Kayo, it blocks free. If you're playing a Brute Mirror, it's a free for 8, which...
Yep.
Yeah. I actually think this is, probably worse than KO in some regards, though, because of it. I don't know. It's just a 3.
At least it activates Tuffnut's thing. So
yeah, I love it. I love the nut.
Yeah. Especially when it's a tough one. So next card is a Brute attack action card. Disturb the Peace. It is a red 2 for 6, blocks 3. This cannot be defended by Guardian auras. When this hits a Guardian hero, destroy an aura they control. I suppose that's kind of neat. I don't know. 2 for 6 that has sideboard hate. We'll just sideboard 4. Call it a day.
Yeah, it's a 4 against Guardian, and it's a free block.
Yeah.
For not Guardian, and what the free blocks are freeze.
Yeah, I would say it's a 3 and then a conditional 4 if you're playing against the right class.
Yep.
Yeah, cost, 5 free. When this defends together with a card with 6 or more power, create a Vigor token. This one's kind of hard to evaluate because it's very dependent on how many, 6s you have in your deck.
Mm-hmm.
Something also important to keep in mind is that in KO, you don't really need to be able to pull off the Vigor. You just need to make your opponent think the Vigor matters.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, even if you're like playing like a 0-cost attack afterwards, they don't know that the last card in your hand is red.
Nope.
So, yeah, this card is pretty interesting in that regard. Another thing to keep in mind too, though, is Intimidate makes it kind of hard to pull this off. And so it's kind of a mixed bag. If you're playing Tuffnut, 2 cards is 2/3 of your entire hand. Like, you best have something good to do with that last card.
Yeah, I'm not high on this because I don't like it when you have to use another card to defend with it, and on face value, it's still 3 block. Conditional, it could be a 4 value when you block it with another card. I don't know. I give it I kind of give it a weak 3.
Yeah,
I give it a strong 3.
Really?
No.
I'll meet in the middle 3.
So it's just a 3.
Okay.
Because there's no strong, weak, or it's just a 3? Okay. Smashing Ground. This is a blue pitch, 3 cost, 5 attack power, 3 defense, brute action attack. If this has 6 or more power, it gets, when this hits a hero, destroy a card in their arsenal. It's got disruption. It's got everything I like. It is a 5. On a side note, I know we're talking limited, but in CC original KO, this is really strong.
This is an automatic free of in KO Armored Dangerous.
There are ways of making mites for both Revered and Reviled. It's a little easier to make in Reviled. I don't know. This is a little tougher for me. I would say 3 as a Tuffnut and maybe a 4 in KOOG. It is kind of cost prohibitive with the 3 costs. That's why I'm leaning more. I'm not KOG, but underhanded cheat or whatever his strong arm.
RKO,
Yeah, like so KO strong arm. It's so costly though. That's why I'm thinking it might. But it's so easy to make might tokens. So I'm waffling on this. I'm gonna give it a 4 in KO strong arm and a 3 in Tuffnut.
I just like putting it at free. In RKO, something important to keep in mind is you don't even have to have a might. You can just activate KO and bring this up to 6. But I'm giving it a free because it's a blue block free. And as cool as its ability is, your opponent has to have an arsenal. And they have to have an arsenal that they don't just play out in a response. It's very easy for them to just be like, oh, I have a...
Oh, it's an instant.
Yeah.
I'll play my,
That's fair.
Edge of their seats.
Yeah, it's just I get so happy when I see there's not a lot of disruption or arsenal hate in this format. So when you have to force them to play their arsenal unoptimally. And anytime you can force your opponent to do something under your condition, I like that a lot. So yeah, that's why I'm often on this. I can see it being a strong 3, but also 4 in the right conditions.
Yeah. Another really cool combo of this in RKO is with Concealed Object. Yeah. This is a very, very sneaky play.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Next is Smash with Big Rock. It is a yellow 2 for 6, 0 block, and it is cards defending this cannot gain defense value. So I feel like into Lyath, this would be a 4, but otherwise, I don't know.
Against Tuffnut, it's also going. Tuffnut can't.
Yeah.
Would Tuffnut's toughness ability?
Yeah, so it's kind of weird how this works because normally it would be can't. It's weirdly worded because usually we have a lot of cards that are can't loses and can't gain X whatever, but it works like that.
So even though toughness tokens, so toughness tokens pop at the beginning of turn or whatever, you do this, it doesn't work. So okay,
it gets around
pretty good.
Toughness gets around Lyath ability, in CC gets around Binding of Verve, Roofbound Carapace, Quick Dodge Flexors. But if you play this in CC, you do it, boy.
So 3 or 4?
I give it a 3.
Yeah, I gave it 3.
3.5.
Still a 2 for 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next, we have Song of Sinew, a 0-cost yellow 2-block brute action. Reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. Your next attack this turn gets plus X power, where X is the number of cards with 6 or more revealed this way. Put them back at any order and go again. So this one's kind of weird because in Kayo, this card is like a 2.
Yeah.
In Tuffnut, this card's like a 4.
Yep. I said in KO it's a 2, and in Tuffnut's a 3. Right, that's my score, but
Yeah, in Tuffnut, the big thing is that you can just pitch this if it's first cycle, and in second cycle, your deck's going to be almost entirely 6s.
Yeah. I also like to pit them back in any order. You could literally, with Tuffnut, the reason why it's stronger in Tuffnut is because you could, if you do this, you order your thing and you know what you're going to flip over with his instant ability. So, his hero ability. All right, I got a Rainbow Brute attack action. It is Strongest Survive. It's 3 costs, 7 power for red, 6 for yellow, 5 for blue, 3 block. When this hits your hero, they discard a card unless they reveal a card from their hand with power greater than the damage dealt this way. I like this card, man, but like, because it has a relevant on hit, and so if they block, let's say they block 1 card with it and they take 4 damage. In some heroes, them, having to reveal a 4 power or greater damage this way, or did they discard it? It's not nothing. And hand knowledge in limited is pretty good.
Yeah. And some heroes, like, good luck even, like, having a 7. Like, if you're playing Lyath, this is just on-hit discard card. Like, you have to just block this if you're playing Lyath.
Yeah. And it's hard for them to block a 7, and they're still taking on-hits from that. And so let's say they block it, and it's like their defensive value goes to 3. Then, like, it goes from 1.5 to 2. So they have to reveal a card that's stronger than a 5 power. That's hard for Lyath to do. So I could see, and I guess against really all the heroes, this will work well in for the cost as a brute attack action. I would give it a 3.
I give this a 4. Like, something else to keep in mind too is that if you buff this bad boy up with like some might tokens, like say for example, you play this card that you shit talked earlier called
I didn't shit talk it. You're talking about the
Cool Ambition.
I'm trying to bring it up. Is it Cool Ambition?
Cool Ambition. Yeah.
I didn't shit talk it. I just said it was a 3 in my book, but I can see it. I can see what you're saying.
Yeah. Second cycle, this card's really powerful. If you're attacking, if it was like a 3 for 7, it's very easy to just arsenal this card if you draw it like on turn like 6 or 7 and be like, okay, we're gonna wait a few turns to play this bad boy. No way my opponent has back there.
Yeah, I mean it does definitely do a brute thing, and all the brutes could play this card too. It's strong effect. I can see how you'd rate it a 4.
Yeah, this card's really nice.
Yep, I like it. I guess next is Vigorous Roar. Red action card, costs 0, blocks for 2. Your next attack this turn gets +3. If there is a card with 6 or more attack in your pitch zone, create a Vigor token, go again. So, yeah, I think this is a solid 3. Could potentially be a 4, I suppose.
Yeah, I think in Tuffnut, he has the potential to make this a 0 for 4 as far as 0 cost for value. But yeah, I'd rate it a 3.
I'd put it at 4. Like, the 4 of this is that it's a 0 for 4. A 0 for free. But 4 technically is a ball, but let's be real, on offense, for free. It's hand extension in a format that's kind of weak on hand extension. And then the Vigor is, it's basically gravy. Like, if you get there, it's good. Oh, what is that? There we go. Okay.
So,
next we got Visit the Boneyard. It's a blue 0-cost brute instant. Put a card with 6 or more attack from your graveyard on top of your deck. Create a Vigor token.
Ooh.
I like this card. Andrew, I got to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah. So this is a blue that's really good in terms of fatigue, but kind of mid outside of that context.
I think this has a higher play in CC, but we're going to talk about limited. I think with this in Tuffnut, right? You can manipulate Tuffnut with his ability to really kind of get the pitch you need. And if that's the case, it's not bad value. I mean, it's not great value. Let me put it that way. But I see how you could use it to kind of manipulate it. And this could just be something you put into Arsenal because of the no block until you're ready to use it. You know.
Something to be scared about too with this, if you're playing Tuffnut, is that it doesn't block, and you're already playing a free intellect hero. What happens if your opponent just attacks you with a 3 for 7 on turn 0, and your hand is like a 3 block, a 2 block, and this? That's scary. If you get intimidated, that's terrifying. I do not want to be intimidated with Visit the Boneyard in my hand.
So are you giving this a 2, or is it just a 3 for you?
So other things I want to talk about is in the context of Kayo. This is a blue that you just have in your hand, and you look at your opponent when you have one floating and go, hi, would you like to block this attack for 6 that's attacking you for 1? Because if so, I'm going to visit the Boneyard and play a 3 the next turn.
Yeah.
So, like, it's really hard to evaluate. Like, I think, like, I'd put it as, like, a high 2, low 3. Yeah, like, if we're going to, like, add decimals, I'd put it at, like, 2.9.
Yeah, but still 2. I mean, I think potential upside for this card is high. I don't think it's a limited card. That's my gut feeling on this card. So I gave it I'm going to say a 2 on for me. I want to like it in the limited, but I don't think it's worth it. There's so many other blue cards you could play. Asking for trouble. This is a yellow pitch, brute block. When this defense, create a vigor token under the attacking hero's control. All right, I'm going to not lie to you guys. I hate this card. You know what my thoughts? I think it's a 2. All right, like it's not even on rate. It's on rate because you're giving them a freaking token, but
it's a yellow 4 block.
I hate this dude. I don't know. I give it a 2. What do you give it, Andrew?
I give it like high 3. I really like cards that block 4. Obviously, it's very, very spooky to give a vigor token to KO. But like, actually, melee bulk brute. It's pretty scary to give a vigor token to because Tuffnut, like that's consistency for him.
Yeah.
Like the Guardians, it's not too scary to give to. It's like maybe this is like a card that like you don't play against brutes if you can help it. But against Guardians, like what's Lyath can do with a vigor token? Like,
well, he could pitch a bad red to get his hero ability online. I mean,
yeah, but then he has to do it on his turn, so he doesn't get the part where he like gets to block good.
Yeah, I mean,
that's kind of weird.
Pleaides does have some decent attacks at a higher cost. I like in limited format. I don't want to give them the vigor. Like I don't see any way where the block. I mean, I don't know.
Stop being a coward, Will. Come on.
How dare you? You're just asking for trouble if you play this block card, Andrew.
I love asking for trouble. Trouble's fun.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, human. If you don't pull out of tomorrow's fight, you're clearly as stupid as you are ugly.
Hey, man. Pulling out is not an effective form of abstinence. Or contraception. There we go.
Alrighty. On that note, we're bashing Guardians. So it's a red attack action card, 2 for 6, blocks 2. If this is defended by a Guardian card, this gets +1 attack. When this hits a Guardian hero, destroy an aura token they control. I mean, it's fine. Sideboard.
Yeah.
Because it only triggers if it's being blocked by a Guardian card, not if it attacks a Guardian.
Yeah.
And so this means like if it's blocked by 2 Guardian cards, it gets +2. But it also means that like your opponent can just block with their talented cards. Yeah. It's really hard to evaluate this. Like, can I get this like an IDK out of 5?
Really?
Yeah, I have no clue how to evaluate this. Like, I know at the very least it's like at worst a 2.
I mean, I gave because of the lower block value. I gave this a 3. In the Guardian matchup, you play it if you have nothing else, but like you were saying, it does put the question onto your Guardian. Like, if this is defended by 2 Guardian cards because they don't want to take damage, and it gets +2 value, so you're still hitting them, right? Is like it's per Guardian card that it gets +1, right?
Yeah.
So then that means what are they going to do? Block with 3? They have to use 3. They're not going to do that. So either way, to me, this reads block a card, take extra damage, and then they destroy it or a token they control. So they're going to hate to see that. So I would say against Guardians, this could be potentially a really 3 or a 4. And then against everything else, it's just a low 3. You know, in the grand scheme of things. But
yeah, it's also like pretty good turn 0.
Yeah, I guess
that's true.
Yeah. It's kind of hard. Like, I don't know, like something similar to this card though is our next card here, Familiar Stench. That's a name. This is a red 2/6 that blocks 2 brute attack. When 1 or more brute cards defend this, create a bigger token. Yeah, I think this card is like a free if you're playing against like another brute, which from the results of Montreal, it looks like in terms of sealed at least, brute's generally the better class, and so it's like more likely to add or are just fantastic in the brutes.
Yeah,
like in Kayo, you know, if the train, and then in like Tuffnut, it means that you don't have to worry about your next turn, like hitting a red off the top with Tuffnut and losing. So yeah, like I'll give it like a 3.
Okay. 3 it is. And then the next one is a Rainbow Suite of Buckwild. So this is a 3 cost, 7 attack for red, 6/5 for yellow and blue respectively, 2 block. If there is a card with 6 or more power in your pitch zone, this gets go again. I mean, we talked about this, you know, the chain extenders is so important for this format, and this is a card that has it if you have a 6 or more power in your pitch zone. It might be harder to get for Kayo versus Tuffnut, but if you are able to get it off, you know, let's say if you know his, you know, top card with Visit the Boneyard or some other thing, you can use this and extend your turn. I say this is a solid 3, right? Because it is a lot of workarounds and you got to have things lined up, but it's still a, you know, 3 cost, 7 attack power for red.
Yeah, I think it's like a 3 in KO and a 4 in Tuffnut.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Next we have Flex Speed Rainbow. It's a 2 cost, 3 block attack card. Starts at 5, goes down to 3. If this attack has 6 or more, it gets go again. Very interesting. I don't know. I mean, know.
In KO, all these are a 4, dude. Like in KO, this is good, right? In Tuffnut, the Tuffnut red will play the Flex Speed red as a 4, right? He likes that, right?
Oh, how often? I guess because in KO you have to pitch 2 cards to make this 1 card 6 go again.
Yeah.
Then he has a lot of 0 cost.
Go again.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, like that's like. Yeah, you have to like talk about the blue version of this, really, if you want to activate KO on it, which is something to consider, like in terms of like second cycle. That like it's a blue that can turn into like a 6 for 6 with go again, which like sounds weak, but isn't the worst thing ever.
Yeah, especially with a handful of blues, sure.
Yeah, especially if you have blues that are like useful for certain effects. The red one's also like a good concealed object target. Yeah, like I give this like a free. In Tuffnut, you can like heroic pose into this, or you can play heroic grip to this.
I think it's. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit like that. Like you're not expecting a chain extender, so when you see a Flex Speed hit the market or hit the board on a limited format, right, and you're able to extend it with the 0 cost reviled attacks that KO does get, then I can see this potentially being beneficial. Tuffnut, he's going to be able to use it if he could pitch off the top of his library efficiently. So you got like potentially a if he has a way to get the might token for the red, right? Or as you know, there's other brute attack cards that gives you the plus might tokens. So I can even see that potentially being good. red red and Tuffnut a 4, and then I think the flex speed blue definitely a 4 in KO. But that's my thoughts.
So our next card is what is it? Flex Strength. This is another rainbow. It's a 2 red. It's for free and blue for 2. And if this has 6 or more attack, it gets +3. So this is something that's actually like decently strong in KO. Like this is a blue that can turn into a 6 for 9.
Yeah.
You know, fairly solid. Like there's also the fact too that like you can pitch a blue to play your blue flex strength, keeping a card in hand, and it's pretty easy, just arsenal afterwards. In Tuffnut too, there's the fact that you can just activate Tuffnut and like your opponent has no clue what the top card of your deck is, which I mean you don't either, but you know, it's kind of cool to like do it in reactions. Like turn 0, for example, like you attack with like your red flex strength, and it's like, are you gonna block this for like 6? Because if you do, I can just activate Tuffnut and maybe it goes up to 7, and then you have to like suddenly evaluate like, oh no, I just took 1 escape. It's actually kind of cool. Like this is like a weird card where like I think unironically the blue is the like the best variant because of how it works in KO.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I read this like I didn't like the red and yellow.
4.
Yeah. You think the blue and KO is a 4?
Yeah,
I can see that. All right, this is a rainbow. Give him a piece of your mind. And it is a 2 cost, 7 attack, you know, obviously 6 and 5 in the other colors. 2 block. When the combat chain closes, if this didn't hit, the defending hero creates a vigor token. What can I say about this?
Think of this?
Jesus, man. Why do I always get these cards? I think this is less egregious than the other ones. Because if it didn't hit, that means you're going to have to commit a lot of cards to block this out to get a vigor token. And if they do that, what the hell are they actually going to do with the vigor token, right? In Magical Christmas Land, right? So, like, the 7, obviously the red is a little bit more powerful because they're going to have to give you 2 cards plus equipment to get that vigor. So you're definitely getting value on that. The yellow, same thing, less equipment, but they have to still give you 2 cards, so I'm willing to take that trade. I guess either way, even with the blue, right? So I like this better because they're going to still have to give you cards not to get the vigor. And it's still a 2 for whatever. I give this a solid 3. I'm okay. I'm more okay with this card because it pits the question on your opponent. So I say solid 3.
Oh, yeah, I'll give it like a free in like yellow and red and blue. I don't really like it too much because you really do not want to play it and you really do not want to block with it.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Next, we got the High Pitched Howl. It's attack rainbow. Attacks if there is a card with 6 or more in your pitch zone, create a vigor token. I mean, I think this is just a strong 3. We've been giving 2 for 6s, 3s. This has a decent text box in there.
Yeah, I agree. This is also like something where like if it's turn 0, it's a way like even in blue you just play it, pitching like a red, make a vigor token, potentially like turn 0 start your vigor train. Very good for you.
Yep, good stuff.
Next we have Rough Up. This is also a 2 for 6 that blocks free. In red, in yellow it's a 5, in blue it's a 4. And if there's a card with 6 or more attack in your pitch zone, this gets +1. So this is, you know, decently often like a 2 for 7 in Tuffnut. In red, like second cycle, it can do.
Vigorous Smash Up. This is a rainbow as well. So it's a 3 cost, 7 attack, 6 and 5 respectively in yellow and blue. 3 block. When this defends, clash with the attacking hero. The winner creates a vigor token. You may pit your revealed card on the bottom of its owner's deck. I like this a lot in Tuffnut if you're going to use this. I think Tuffnut uses it best. KO less so because he has the Reviled Cards mixed with. So I would say in Tuffnut it's a strong 3. In KO it's probably a weaker 3. But you... yeah, I think that's one I'm gonna stick with. You're not unhappy to see it in Tuffnut, but Kayo's a little hard to evaluate because he does cheat a lot. I guess that's his whole point, right? So I don't know. I just feel like it's a lot weaker in Kayo, but is it enough to drop it to a whole like just one step up from a cracked bubble? I don't think so. So I think it's just a range of 3s depending on the hero.
I think in Tuffnut, this card is like a 4, and it's like a really, really good 4. Like I think this is
a 4 in all colors.
Yeah, like, I think this is a card where if you're playing Tuffnut, you play literally every copy of it.
Okay.
Like Tuffnut's really good at clashing, and then like the figure is really good in Tuffnut, and then actually knowing what's on top of your deck with Tuffnut to make more informed decisions during your turn is of course always just really good.
Yeah,
it's a fantastic card.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. So maybe it's a week 3 in KO, and then definitely a 4 in Tuffnut. That's what you're saying, Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And the thing is, I did forget how he does sometimes have to rely on the top, and having that knowledge itself is worth just using the clash mechanic itself. Even if it's a shitty pitch, you could just put it to the bottom and then top deck the next one. So I like that a lot.
Yeah. Now that being said, Will, I think you may have skipped over a card.
Oh, did I? I did.
Unexpected Backhand.
Oh, what an unexpected turn of events. I am so sorry, Andrew.
Yeah, bro. If you underestimate KO, you'll end up 6 feet under, according to Fight Master Bat Bitter.
Yeah.
Oh, Bat Biter, probably.
I guess I can go through this. Unexpected Backhand, Rainbow, 3 for 7. Blocks 3. When you win a clash revealing this, deal 1 damage to the other hero. Yeah, I mean, more of the same. If you're going to have clashes in your deck in Tuffnut, you might as well have this. Why not? For at least the red and the yellow, because that also functions with the ability a little bit.
So in Tuffnut, I see this as a limited version of Reckless Swing. Yes, you don't have to discard to get the 2 damage going across, but this is just a block. You win the clash and it deals 1 damage. This close out games alone if you get them close enough. When I'm playing against a Tuffnut, I would hate to see this card, right? Or like to know that they have it in their deck.
Yeah, this is a card that's going to be like a very fun story time card where it's just like, my opponent blocked with 3 clash cards and just revealed Unexpected Backhand and I died.
Yeah. Pretty good.
And how many times do we play in a limited format where we do get down to it's either a blowout or it's like you're down to the wire, and so this could definitely turn the thing over. So
like our local skirmish, like I ended up losing to a clash of chests. I was like, that does kill me. You're right. Next we have Bark Obscenities. It's a red 0-cost 2-block brute action. Your next attack that targets a guardian this turn. A guardian hero this turn gets +4. Go again. So obviously, if your opponent's not a guardian, this is like a 1.
A 1.
Yeah. You like it's even worse than Cracked Bubble, right? At least
because it's red.
Yeah.
Oh, it does block, which means
it's true.
But yeah.
So
but if you are playing against a guardian, it's a 0 for 4 with Go again. Yeah. That's like a 4.
Yeah. Yeah. And shout out to Trevor. He's been traveling the world, and now he's up in Montreal with our other cast member, Evan. But that's a NIMBY guy right there, right? The dwarf, redheaded dwarf. That's a NIMBY guy, right?
I don't know. Like
I don't want to be that guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, like, he's not NIMBY guy. He's Belittle guy.
Okay, that's true. All right, so we are now finished with the brute cards, and we are standing strong. That's right. And we are going into the Guardian cards. We got not only a lot of rainbows, right, but we also have a lot of generics to cover at the end where it's not class specific. So we're going to stand strong. We're going to finish this out. This is the Guardian Equipment Legs, 1 block, action, 3 resources, destroy this, create a confidence token. Activate this only if you control an aura of suspense. Go again. 3.
It's a 4.
Yeah. Easy. No tall tales. Oh, no, that's Nink's turn.
No tall tales. It is a Guardian attack card. Yellow, 0 for 3, blocks 3. If this has greater than base, it gets +1. it also has Tower. If this has 13 or more, it gets when this hits a hero, cards they own lose and cannot gain Go again during their next action phase. I know this is, I would assume as a Guardian, like Lyath or something, or I guess in Lyath this is probably a 3 question mark. I don't know how to evaluate this, honestly.
I actually think in both. Well, sorry, Andrew, you go ahead first.
Yeah, so the thing is like the tower is pretty unimportant in this set because there's not too much go again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the worst case scenario is your opponent blocks their go again for 2 because like a lot of the go again is non-attacks that buff your next attack.
Yeah.
Like I give it a free just because it's a block free.
And we can kind of skip into the cut series too, because they're all basically the same as this card. It's just super rares instead of.
I want to talk about palm of your hand first.
Yeah, but as far as the tower goes, you don't think the tower mechanic is going to be stronger in this format?
No, I think saying this specific card.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
They put this one at Majestic and the others at Super Rare, and I think it's because this is the one that's like the least interesting in a limited context, for lack of a better description.
Yeah, I agree. So final number on this one with me? Sorry.
It's like a 3, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Andrew?
Palm of your hand? Yes, this is a red 2-cost free block Guardian instant aura with suspense. When this enters or leaves the arena, you draw a card.
All right, this might be my last 5, honestly.
Oh, really?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andrew. I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, I have like no clue how you like make this card feel like insane in a limited context consistently. Like, because the thing is that you have to use a card to play this, obviously, because it's itself is a card, and you have to pick a card to play it.
For some reason, I thought this was a 0 cost. Did I look at?
Yeah, no.
Okay,
if this costs a 0. Yeah, sure. I'd rate this 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
How often do you get those Guardian hands that is just kind of like, oh, I have a lot of cards and I'm going to IP myself? Probably not that much, I guess, with all these instant auras and such.
Yeah, like I think this is like a 3 just because it blocks free.
Yeah. Now that I know it costs 2, yeah, I'd say it's a. I mean, yeah, for the card. I have a bad habit doing that, guys. I'm sorry. All right. To Ning's point, we are now talking about cut a long story short, cut off at the knees, and cut the small talk. These all kind of do the same thing where they're all tower cards. So if this has power greater than its base, it gets +1. That's the same for all the cards. They are a 0 cost, 3 base attack, 3 block. But the difference is in the actual tower effect itself. So cut a long story short is if it has 13 or more power, it gets when this hits a hero, they discard their hand. The second one is cut off at the knees. If this has 13 or more power, it gets when this hits the hero, destroy the top 3 cards of their deck. And then, of course, cut the small talk. If this has 13 or more power, it gets when this hits the hero, destroy all auras they control. Dude, these are all bangers, with the cut the small talk being the less biggest banger, but it's still really important and good in its own way. So I would say 4 is for long story short, cut off at the knees, and a 3 for cut the small talk. Go ahead, Andrew. You had a different opinion.
Yeah,
I see your face.
Yeah. It's like the main thing with these is like it's very dependent on like how good your deck is at actually buffing. Like if you're able to buff these up, these are like the most busted cards ever printed.
Yeah.
If you're not able to buff these up, these are kind of lame.
Yeah.
There's also the fact too that like in Lyath, these are all 0 for 4s if you have them like Might token, which is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Like you can just be like activate Lyath like 2 cards.
So even if it's like so even at like let's say Lyath base is 0 for 4, which is still pretty good for on rate above rate card value, right? But for Pleaides, she can manipulate the value. She can manipulate your suspense tokens where she can pop them off at once. In limited, do you have enough time to do so? But it goes back to your point.
I think so.
If you have the auras and you could play toward the tower game plan, those are really strong cards. So like strong for
I think they're all like baseline free 4s if they're really good.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
I guess we're back to me. Hungry for more. So Hungry for More is a Guardian instant aura. It costs 1, blocks for 2. Gained 3 health. I mean, I guess this card exists. It's like a crappy Sigil Solace, I suppose.
Yes, like what's notable about this is that generally what you want to do with this is you just want to use it as a suspense counter.
For Pleaides, I suppose.
Yeah, you just use Pleaides' ability to move this over to another thing. Another thing too is that it costs 1. So in Lyath, what you do is you go activate Lyath, play Hungry for More, block with a card, or you do it on your turn actually too, depending on like how your hand shakes out. And then it turns into a card that just gains you free life. And in Lyath, getting a card to gain you free value is pretty all right.
Yeah. Fair enough.
That being said, I still rated it 2.
Still feels like a crappy Sigil Solace. Yeah.
So you gave it a 2? Yeah, I thought it was a space filler. Like if you need the space, sure, but man, if it just read when this enters and leaves the arena gain 3 life, it would have been a banger of a card, right? But it's too strong.
If it died, it would be insane because it'd be a 1 for 6.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not happening. So
next card is Turn Heads. It's a blue 3-block Guardian instant aura that costs free. It has suspense. And when this leaves the arena, you tap target brute hero, and they do not untap during their next end phase. And also, it has some really cool art. This card is really awkward.
What is that?
It only triggers when it leaves the arena.
Yeah. And it only targets a specific class, which is like, I know 50% of the limited pool, but man.
Yeah, if your opponent's on Tuffnut, like, this is pretty nice.
I mean,
all right, too. But, like,
I gave this a 2, man.
Okay, calm down. It's still a blue free block.
It's still.
Well, okay, it's a 2. Because would you still play this against Guardians?
If you have nothing better.
Free block,
yeah.
If I realized Evan and I have a lot in common regarding blue free blocks.
It's just automatic 3.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm just being biased because it's targeting brutes. You're right. Let me stop. All right. Okay. I'm sorry to the
hate crime.
People watching.
Stop being a hater.
Okay. So you gave it a 3. All right. Who blinks first? I don't know, gents. This is a 3-cost blue pitch Guardian instant aura 3-block suspense. When this leaves the arena, you may destroy an aura permanent that Guardian hero controls. 5, because it's targeting Guardians. I'm just joking, y'all. Let's say a 3.
Oh,
a conditional 3.
I'd go to 3.
3 is fine. All right, next, Rainbow, full of bravado, 3 for 7, blocks 2. When this attacks or defends, if you control an aura of suspense, create a confidence token. It's neat, I suppose. We'll give it a 3. We can move on.
I think this is a 3.
3.
It's gonna do some very good things.
Yeah.
Next we have Story Beats. This is a 3 for 7, block 2 in red, 6 in yellow, 5 in blue. This attacks or defends, and you put a suspense counter on or remove one from an aura of suspense you control. Ooh. Yeah, this one's fun. Yeah, this one's pretty nice because you get to do a lot of aura of suspense manipulation if you have an aura in play that is just getting value every single turn. This card gets a lot better. It could also just help you aura. Most of them you generally want to not do that with because generally you want to have them sit around for as long as possible. So I give this a 3 or 4 depending on how your deck is built for Pleaides. And Lyath, I give it a low 3.
Yeah, that's exactly how I rated it. In Pleaides, where you do the aura manipulation, this is so much better. And this just screams her card anyways, right? Over Lyath. 1, let's go on. I'm just joking. So this one is how appropriate. Red pitch, 3-cost. It's called Bash Brute. It's a 7-power 2-block. If this is defended by a Brute card, this gets +1 power. When this hits a Brute, destroy an aura token they control. I think the last time we saw this card, we rated it a 3. I don't see any reason to change that. It's still going to be a 3. Conditional 3, I should say.
I give it a high 3.
You gave it a high 3, like not even conditional?
Against Brute, a low 3 against not Brute.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very normal. Familiar Story is a red 3 for 7 attack, blocks 2. When one or more Guardian cards defend this, create a confidence token. Well, we'll give it a 3. We can move on.
Yeah. That's all I want to say. Next, we have Power Play. So this is a free for free in all colors, actually. No, it doesn't.
No.
No, okay, actually, it's a free for free in red, 2 in yellow, and 1 in blue that blocks free. But if it was played from Arsenal, it gets +5, which is really good.
Pretty good.
Yeah. This is a conditional free.
Condition is not that difficult to meet.
Yeah, the condition is you're at more than 5 life, honestly.
Yeah.
And I like how the Power Play, it works really well with Lyath, right? Like, it just straight across the board works well with Lyath, you know?
Yeah, it's a free cost that Lyath can play, which is kind of hard for him.
Yeah.
This card's fantastic.
Shoot Your Mouth Off. This is a rainbow. It's a 3 cost. Red is 8, yellow 7, blue is 6. It's a 2 block. Guardian action attack. When the combat chain closes, if this didn't hit, the defending hero creates a confidence token. Why do I always get these bloody cards, guys? I hate evaluating cards where your opponent gets a payoff. Now, that being said, this is, again, what we were talking about earlier. It's less detrimental because they got to give up so much of their hand to be able to stop this completely in red. And even the blue at 6 power. So now, this gets so much worse for Lyath than it does for Pleaides. So, I would like to say this is still a very strong attack in Pleaides. And I would give it a strong 3. I don't know how I'd feel in Lyath, man, if I drew this. It would, I guess it's still a weak 3 in Lyath, but you just don't want to play this first. It's just
I put this at 2 in Lyath.
You do put it at 2? Because you don't want to give your opponent a confidence token. So, all right, you heard it from Andrew, but you do agree it's really strong in Pleaides.
Yeah, I think red is like a solid 4.
Yellow
may even be like a low 4
because of the breakpoint, right? So
yeah, it's very hard to block 7 and
actually
have a turn that your opponent wants to block with more than 2 cards.
This might be also a little bit harder to pull off against Tuffnut, so you might have to evaluate that a little differently if your Pleaides going against Tuffnut because he has those toughness tokens, and you don't want Tuffnut getting a confidence token. But yeah, so let's say 2 in Lyath. If you see them, don't play them. It's a trap. It's a trap. All right.
All right. Next, we have a triple suite again of similar cards. They're all yellows, 0 cost, 3 attacks, blocks for 3. If this has greater attack than its base, it gets +1. And they're all crush effects. Short Shrift says when this deals 4 or more damage to a hero, they discard a card. Small problem. As crush effect destroys an aura they control, and Wrecking Ball crush effect destroy a card in their arsenal. I don't know. I think they're all fine. I do enjoy force them to block so they don't have to discard a card. Or if they decide not to block them, they do discard a card. So Short Shrift, I would give a 4, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think these are very similar to the
tower ones.
Yeah, the cut long story short cycle from earlier. If your deck's good at pulling this off, but you don't have to get up to 13. If you get this +5, it's already good.
Yeah. So it's a little bit of an easier to pull off mechanic than the tower mechanics we saw earlier.
Because they always have to respect it, right?
Yeah, and I know we didn't really talk about yet any kind of guardian auras that really give a lot of strong buffs. But ironically, that I was thinking that because the next card
is Act of Glory. This is a 4 cost, free block, Guardian instant aura with suspense. In red, it says when it's lose the arena, you attack this turn gets +6. In yellow, it's +5. Because in Pleaides, 4 is kind of a weird breakpoint in terms of resources because most of your attacks cost 3. But in Lyath, on the other hand, you have a hero ability that costs 2. So it's actually pretty easy to go Active Glory, pay 2, activate Lyath, make a Might token, block a card from hand for like 2, and play an attack from your hand with your Might token. And then next turn, your attack gets +6. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And it blocks free as well.
Like, it is scary when you do all these acts of glory or manipulate the suspense because there's a lot of aura hate, kind of. So that's going to be a dynamic to look at into the set as well.
Just don't be a coward. It's easy.
All right. Now, we are going to go on to our next card, Dramatic Pause. So I did there, guys. This is also a Rainbow Suite. It's a 0 cost. Guardian Instant Aura. Does not have any attack power block. Guardian Instant Aura. Suspense. So it comes in with 2 suspense counters. When this enters the arena, target defending action card gets +3 this chain link. The yellow gets +2. And then the blue is +1. I don't really like these cards, guys.
Something to keep in mind about these is that
I like the Pleaides, red. Yeah.
This is a very good way in red to trigger your disembody or like disarm cards or disperse. They're also a defense reaction, which is pretty good. I guess it's true. Yeah, it's also in Pleaides a card that you're very happy to just immediately convert into like suspense.
Moving to suspense.
Yeah, like it only does something when it enters the arena. What else can you do with it? Oh, in Lyath, it's a free block basically.
So would you play the rainbow or would you only really play it in the red? Because anything less is just less value then.
You mainly want it in the red.
Yeah.
But that being said, like the yellow is still fine in Lyath because blocking 2 in yellow is above rate by Lyath standards, honestly.
Yeah.
And then the blue, I put that at 2.
Alright, so 3-3-2. That sounds about right. And then Pleaides wouldn't use the yellow or the blue, so it should only focus on the red. So in Pleaides,
you can still make it work. Like we'll
get to it still has the suspense stuff too.
But yeah, put like a suspense counter can be pretty good.
Yeah.
Speaking of suspense.
Yeah. Now we're on our edge of their seats. So this is also a rainbow instant aura, blocks 3, costs 3. When this leaves the arena, your next attack this turn gets +5. So I think it's that for Pleaides, but this one has the 3 cost, so it fits her cost curve a little better.
Yeah, I think this is like the best suspense aura in red. Like it's a 4.
It feels like a 4. Yeah,
I agree. You really want these.
Colors.
Yeah,
like
these are the things.
Lyath, even the yellow's a 4.
Yeah. I guess for Lyath, anything above rate is really what you want to play in him anyways, because if you go above 3 cost for any of the cards, you're really sitting at 15 points of value. So even if that's like building up that value with doing all the shenanigans, it's still worth it.
Yeah, and in Pleaides, it's pretty easy to like use it to
get a big turn.
Yeah, power up something else with suspense counters. Anyway, next we have Tension in the Air. So this is a Guardian Instant Aura, block free, costs 2. Suspense, when this leaves the arena, your next attack this turn gets +4 in red, +3 in yellow, +2. So this is, the final card in the cycle with like edge of their seats and active glory. And put this like around like high 3, low 4.
Yeah, I think you just stack a couple of these up and you start manipulating the suspense. That's how you're really going to do what Pleaides wants to do, right?
Yeah, and like in Lyath, it's just a way to do something that feels above rate. There's also the fact, too, that if you pitch a blue to play this, you'll have 1 floating, which is relevant for some cards we'll get to later.
Yeah. Man, what cards are you talking about? Because the suspense is killing me. It's not this card, obviously, but it's a blue pitch, 0 cost, Guardian Instant Aura, 2 defense. Your first attack each turn gets +1. Okay, so this is actually has a suspense keyword on it too, so it comes in with 2 suspense counters. Dude, this is a banger of a card, right?
I
This
really
is
like it.
this is where you just drop your suspense auras, and Pleaides does that so well. In Pleaides, this is like a strong 4, and I think even Lyath, if has ways of manipulating suspense counters a little bit, and it's one more suspense counter on this, it's still above, or in his case, definitely above rate, right? So at 3 value, but
yeah, I mean, life doesn't really have like a ton of ways of
yeah,
to abuse like the suspense. Like I think in Pleaides, this is probably like the best common, hands down.
yeah.
I'm gonna say for Pleiades, it gets the honorary common 5.
Okay, okay. And here's the thing: you can have multiple of these out too, right? In the world, and that means it gets +2 or whatever you play it at. So
another thing to keep in mind too is this is like an instant. You just play this as an attack reaction. So
yeah,
if you take your what is it, like your short shrift from earlier?
yeah. Is that the crush one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the crush ones. You just play it, and you're telling me now it's a 4. You get crushed. Sucks to be you, nerd.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's 3. No might tokens on the board. Sure, I'll take it. Okay. It's so good.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's solid 4. Yeah. In Lyath, would you still give it a 4, or is it a 3 in Lyath?
I think it goes down to like 3 in Lyath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ning's just waiting for it to be for us to continue
continued.
on.
Oh, that's a reference.
All right. So to be continued is an instant aura, blue, cost 0. Has a suspense for the first time you would be dealt damage each turn. Prevent 1 of that damage, and it blocks 2, I suppose. I think it's fine. I think it's, I don't know. I suppose it's fine.
I mean, no, I think it's. I mean, okay, in CC it's obviously, I don't know, but in limited I think it's a solid 3, don't you? Right, for Pleaides at least.
Yeah, like I think in Pleaides this is like a 4, and like Lyath it's a 3. Like and Lyath
fine
for
that 3. Yeah.
And Pleaides, it's like if you don't have like the suspense is killing me, there's only like so many good blue auras to abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And generally, like, what we want to do with Pleaides is play your red auras, activate Pleaides, put your suspense on the blue auras, and this does a fine the suspense is killing me impression.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems pretty dang good. Potentially, right?
Well, what card's next?
I don't know. What happens next?
Oh, well, the next card's what happens next. It's a blue guardian instant aura, block 2, 0 cost with suspense. The first card with cost 1 or more you play each turn costs 1 less to play. So this is a card that can actually call
But
outside of that, there's not too many like 4 costs that Guardian wants to play. Actually, I don't think there are any 4 costs Guardian wants to play.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of awkward to pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ability, it's
to have it be useful.
All right, let me just sit out real quick because I feel like I'm this guy's face right here. This is a Guardian block card. It's a red pitch. 2 block. When this defends a brute attack, this gets +3.
Yeah, I think this is just like a 2/4. If you're playing against a brute, this is a 4. If
Yeah.
you're playing against a Guardian, this is a 2.
This is potentially a 1. We can say. I guess it blocks for 2. So that's nice.
I agree with you, Andrew.
Oh, thank you.
So we are going into our generic section. So this is actually somewhat winding down toward the end. We got only a few cards left. For those that are sticking around, thank you for that.
Alrighty, so we're looking at the headpiece Helm of Hindsight. It blocks for 0. Oh no! So we're already below the 4. Instant. Pay 3, destroy this, put target attack action card from your graveyard on the top of your deck. We'll just stick with the 3 and call it a day.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like better if you're brute, but yeah, I'll take that.
Oh.
Next we have Garland of Spring. This is a generic chess piece, block 0, and an action you can destroy this to gain 1 resource and go again. You'll note This is the exact same card as Blossom of Spring, but different because he can play it in limited.
Because he has muscles.
Yeah, he has like
singular, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He may actually only have one nipple. That would be quite interesting. Yeah, this card is like high 3, low 4. Like something to note too is that if you're at your pre-release, I believe you'll get a cold foil of each piece of generic equipment in your pre-release kit. That's something that's actually kind of important to talk about. Like in sealed, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
But like, you know, in an actual pre-release environment, that's kind of relevant.
Mm-hmm.
This card's basically insurance, and I know insurance is a scam, but this is like good insurance. I swear, guys, this one's different.
Yeah.
All right, you heard it here first. Insurance is a scam, guys.
I'll agree with that. I'll totally quote on that.
So, punching gloves. Action, 2 resources to destroy this. The next attack action card you play this turn gets +2. Go again. Doesn't block for anything. I like this card. I don't know if I like it in this set, but I guess some heroes will use it better than others. I'm trying to think if there's a and after we go through Toby Jugs, I do kind of want to talk briefly about all the equipments we covered. I'm going to give this a solid 3. I do think it has a lot of good upside though in the different heroes, and you could pay the resource anytime you have something extra to crack it. So those works with the crush effects. That works with any irrelevant on hits. This works for, if you have the extra resources. So it's not nothing. So I give it a solid 3. And I really like it as far as a limited card goes, or a common equipment suite.
Yeah, and specifically Kayo. Like, you pay 2, pitching a blue, play a 0 cost. You have 1 floating, 1 card in hand. Could be anything. Yeah.
So
Does Lyath like this card too? I would assume he would because of that +2 power. I mean, if he has no other...
It's hand extension and a hero that... hand.
Back to me. Good old Toby Jugs. So the leg piece blocks for 0, blade break. When this defends, you may pay 1. If you do, it gets +2 this turn. It's very interesting. I guess this is a pretty good Lyath turn or card, right?
Yeah, this is basically Ironhide Legs, but with a different name in Blade Break.
Yeah.
And Lyath, this is probably a 4 because it's pretty easy to just pitch a blue, make a might, block with this, and use your hero ability. The other heroes, I put it at 3.
Yeah. So the question is then, let's say we all start with the generic equipment. If we crack open any of our specific equipment or talent equipment, in what order do you prioritize it? Since we start off with the generic, we know that's your base, right? But let's say we have the difference between the brute equipment versus the revered or reviled. Are these all in different equipment categories, so there's not overlap, or? Okay, so if you happen to crack open a full equipment suite, just replace your generics with the revered, reviled, brute, or guardian equipment, and then keep your generics that you haven't equipped. Is that kind of what the feeling is here on the equipment?
Yeah, that's what I would describe as like the quote-unquote pre-release meta. Which it's just like a natural progression of how, draft versus sealed works. Because like in draft, they want the generic equipment to be weaker than the talent or class equipment because you have the versatility of being open when you pick it.
I got you. All right. So Toby Jugs was covered by Ning.
Next, we got Cutting Retort. This is a red 0 for 4 block free. When this attacks a hero, you may pay up to 3 different names the defending hero controls, and if you do, this card gets +1 for each aura destroyed this way. This is a 0 for 4 that blocks 3 with upside, aka it's Wounded Blow. Yeah. Like, this is like a card that, like, at its worst is a 3, can very easily be a 4.
See, that's interesting.
I put it at 3.
You put it at 3? I definitely put it at a 4, man, because of the swing value on this. Because when you, even if you pay 3, it could be a 7 and you take 3 things away from your opponent. So it could be...
They have to be different names.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard to make this more than like a 1 for 5, and like in the context of Tuffnut, very rarely is Tuffnut going to have aura tokens because the toughness tokens blow them up at the start of turn. Lyath is usually going to activate himself after this is already attacking. Pleaides, it's actually pretty alright.
I got you. So 3 score on across the board. Okay. Overcrowded. This is a blue pitch, 0 cost, 1 attack power, 2 defense. Has an ambush keyword. Like that. When this attacks or defends, it gets +1 or +1 power or +1 defense for each different name among aura tokens in the arena. So both your opponent's side and your side, for every different name, this gets either a +1 power. No, it gets both +1 power for +1 power for each aura, or +1 defense for each aura. I mean, I think really Lyath likes this a lot. It's a generic action attack. You don't think he does?
Heroes like it.
Yeah.
Like this is like probably like a 4.
This is basically like a sink below. Chances
this is very often going to block at least 3. And it can also block from Arsenal, which is always very powerful keyword. There's a lot of cards with it. And of course, in CC, this card's like insane.
Yeah.
Poor Codex of Frailty.
Next, we got Kick the Hornet's Nest. It's a yellow 3 for 6, blocks 3 attack. When an opponent's effect puts this into your graveyard from anywhere, create a confidence, might, toughness, and vigor token. I don't know. I think this is a 3, and then you finally are probably okay getting hit by your opponent's crush attack, I guess.
Yeah, there's very few ways to actually trigger this card in this format. Like, it's a yellow 6 that blocks 3. Yeah, it's a free.
Yeah, this is better for a CC play than limited, but
yeah, this is a card that screams, "Hey, Codex of Frailty is pretty good."
Yeah.
A red, free cost, attacks for 6, blocks for 2. If you have no cards in your deck, this gets +4, and if this is defended by 3 or more cards, it gets Go Again. So this is a card that says if you are playing a deck that plays to fatigue, you probably instantly win the game, like every time. If you pull this off, a free for 10 with Go Again is busted. If you don't do that, it's a free for 6, which is pretty sad.
This is basically what you're telling me is if you have 2 of these and 2 blues on your last turn, it's 4 card 20. Enjoy.
Yeah, if you're really lucky, sure. But in the real world, this card is very much like either a 4 or like low 2/1.
Okay. Yeah, I think like again, I know we're going to talk about this at the end a little bit as a wrap up goes, but in this format, I do see it being very fatigable, or going at least toward the end of your deck, where you could potentially draw with your opponent if you're not careful in the limited format. So if you see this, I would definitely kind of slide it into the deck if you could, right? Like that just as a nice little safety net for when you get to the end game and you still have this floating around there. Would you do the same, Andrew, or is this a card that you wouldn't even think about putting to your deck?
I don't know. This is like very much a card that like you either have an Unwavering Resolve deck or you don't. Like this is not a card that is ever a free. Worst or best card in your deck.
Yeah. Okay. I forgot whose turn it was to read the card.
Guys. It's your turn.
Glad we're all on the beat of the same drum. This is a blue pitch. This is a blue pitch, 0 cost, 3 block, generic action. If you controlled an agility token this turn, create an agility token. Then repeat for confidence, might, toughness, and vigor. This is Go Again. You know what? I can see this being pretty good in the right circumstances. Like even at the baseline, it's what you guys always say, a blue block 3. It's also a extender, so it's 0 cost, Go Again, and it has like a lot of upside, especially in this format that's creating a lot of these tokens. So, like let's say toughness, vigor, might, and confidence; those are the main ones, and it repeats. So, yeah,
it's one of those things though where you have to create it on your turn first,
yeah,
and then you play it.
Yeah, But even still, with that being said, I think you could still be on rate with this and just push the tokens one more turn, and you're not unhappy to see this card as a pitch card. So
Yeah,
I give it a 3.
Yeah, I put this at 3 and limited.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, time flies when you're having fun. This is a red generic action card, blocks 2, costs 0. The next time an attack action card hits a hero this turn, you may destroy an aura they control. If this was played from Arsenal, the next attack action card you play this turn gets +3. And it has go again. I think this is probably a 3. Could be a 4 perhaps if you just stick it in Arsenal and hope for the best, but
yeah, no, like I agree. Like I lean more towards 4 because it's pretty easy to just Arsenal this card, and then it turns into a 0 for free with go again. Most sets of Flesh and Blood, you'll find there's some card that's just a 0 for free with go again when played from Arsenal.
Yeah.
I mean, and
Those
it
are
also
really
works with all the heroes' game plan if you stick this in Arsenal. Like that +3 is such a good thing. So I'd say it's pretty solid 3, if not a 4, low 4.
Yeah, and very awesome. We have a cycle actually, and this is a very, very weird cycle. So first off, we have Luster Buff, which is a red 1 for 6 that blocks free, but when it attacks, it gets -1 unless you pay 1. The second card we have is Chest Puff, which is a 2 for 7 with the same text box, and then we have Look Tough, which is a 3 for 8 with the same text box. These are kind of weird.
It's really weird.
Because we don't really have a lot of cards in Flesh and Blood that work like this. That being said, it's still a 1 for 5, a 2 for 6, and a 3 for 7 that all block free. And then, like, they get to do something else that's cool if you have an extra resource. Like, say, for example, you got a Vigor token. Yeah, like, I love these cards. These are, like...
pretty fun.
Yeah, these are all, like, high freeze.
And they all block for 3.
Yeah, and they're all poppers, which, you know.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the way LS has designed these cards, it's so... Like, for as long as I've been playing since Heavy Hitters, 2 years now, this is the first time I've actually seen cards that engaged with the game like this. As you're saying, Andrew, it's so new that I'm not really used to it, you know? And it's interesting. It's interesting as hell, the game design on that.
Yeah, I love all these cards.
Yeah, I love the art, too.
Favorite cards of the set.
Yeah. So, I'm here to talk about Punch Above Your Weight. This is a rainbow. It is a generic action attack. It is 0 cost, 2 block. The red is 2 power. The yellow is 2 power. And the blue is 2 power. But what changes is when this attacks, you may pay 3 resources. If you do, this gets +5, and then it's +4 and +3, respectively, for the yellow and blue. So, as Andrew was saying, this is a 3-4-7 or a 3-4-6 in yellow or a 3-4-5 in blue. But notably, this is also more important for the hero abilities in this set, because Kayo could change this, and if you pay more into it, his Kayo ability plus the extra 3, so this could jump it up to an 11 attack power with a punch above your weight class. It works with Lyath in the same way, where he could just take that 5th card that he drew and use it as a pitch to be able to do a, you know, the 2-card 7. So it's interesting. I think the Reviled heroes really use these cards better, so I'd give them probably a solid 3. Where the Revered heroes probably not as effectively. I don't see them playing this, and I don't think they'd want to play it, but it's better than a Cracked Bauble, so I'd probably say it's a 2 in the Revered, but you guys might disagree with me.
Yeah, like, I think it's like a 3 at base and a 4 and like a Reviled deck that's actually good at pulling it off. Like 3-for-7s are good.
Yeah. It just, I guess because there's so much other strong cards in the Revered set that if you have to play these, you're already kind of like, I would not want to play these cards if that in Reviled, at least you can make it work. It works with your game theme, but in the Revered, I just find like it's so. I mean, I guess you could still pitch into it like you were saying, right? So maybe it does work that way.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, it's just a 3-for-7.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Next is Brother in Arms. So this is an old card that we brought in here. Comes in rainbow, 2 for 6, only blocks 2. However, when this defends, you may pay 1 resource. If you do, it gets +2 defense on it. So this is very useful for like, going around the confidence stuff or trying to block out those attacks that say, oh, if it's defended by brute card this or guardian card that, you can block with this. It's fine. I don't know the answer to this, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Lyath uses really, because his hero ability is 2 cost. This is 1 cost, so that's a blue pitch for you to get the max effect. And for him, it's a above rate for Lyath's ability, on rate for everyone else. But
yeah, in Tuffnut you can just use it if like you activate Tuffnut on your opponent's turn pretty easily. Like that's like something you can do turn 0 fairly often if your opponent attacks you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still like a 2 for 6. Like I give it a 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Will, can you tell me what set Brother in Arms is from?
Oh man, WTR, final answer.
It's Uprising. So our next card is Feisty Locals. Will, can you guess what set this card is from?
WTR, final answer.
Outsiders.
Nope, Outsiders. Oh yeah,
Jesus, guys.
Yeah, so this is the rainbow color, costs 0, blocks for 2, and if it's defended by an action card, it gets +2. So this is like a fairly interesting card. The red and yellow, not the red and yellow. The red is distinct from the yellow in terms of Lyath. I think this can become above rate if your opponent's forced to block it, which is fairly common if you're playing like Pleaides where you're able to buff it up really tall, or if you're playing Kayo where your opponent's like, uh-oh, this is a real card with words on it. That being said, I give it like the low 3.
Mm-hmm. Would you be a low 3 in all the heroes?
Yeah.
Like blue at KO for 4 or something?
Yeah, like I think it becomes like probably like a mid 3 in blue and KO, and like a mid 3 in general in Lyath. But Will, you should look behind you.
What's right behind me? Oh. This is we're actually winding up. We're almost done with our set, and we have this Rainbow Suite right behind you. It's a 3 cost, 7, 6, and 5 respectively, 2 block. When this defends together with another card from hand, this gets +1 defense, and you may look at the top card of your deck. You could put it on the bottom. I like how they use these. Is this from another set, or did they print it for this set?
No, this is a brand new card. I like it.
So you should have asked me, all right, Will, what set did this come from? WTR. No Super Slam.
Final answer.
Every card's from Welcome to Raid, clearly.
I actually think this card in particular, I'm trying to see who uses it the most. But as you were saying earlier, it's still the red is a 3/4/7. So I think that being said, it could still be the red and yellow. Both Tuffnut would use it. Lyath likes to use it to block with, anyways.
Yep.
Pleaides not so much. I don't see her using this with any other for any other reason compared to other cards. So Kayo doesn't really care. So I would say Tuffnut and Lyath are the big winners with this card, and for them it's pretty much a 3. For everyone else, it's still a 3/7 in the red, and it goes less in value after that. So a weak 3.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3.
All right, Ning.
That's good.
Bring us home, sir.
All right. The last, which is awkward because I'm supposed to be priming the crowd here. So it's another rainbow set, Prime the Crowd. It's an action card, costs 2, blocks for 2. The next attack action card you play this turn gets +4. The crowd cheers each revered hero. The crowd boos each reviled hero. Go again. So yellow buffs your next card by, and blue buffs it by 2. I don't know. I think this is interesting enough. 2 for 4, and then you get to buff yourself and buff other people.
Yeah.
I would say this is a fun 3. Could be a 4 in the last hurrah when you're just like going for it. But I think 3 is pretty good.
Yeah, I think in red this is a 4, and the other colors is a 3.
Yeah.
Like it's very good hand extension.
The only thing, again, I always said this the whole set, and Andrew, you call me out every time. I do not like helping my opponents out, but you do need the +4 power increase in the red. I think that's very very powerful in this set. In addition to the other things, so you're manipulating suspense with Pleaides, or you just need the bigger buffs for all the other heroes that use that for their attacks. So I can see the red being definitely a 4.
Yeah.
As we wrap this up, gentlemen, Andrew, since me and Ning ran the last card, we're gonna let you start this off. Then, what are your thoughts about the Super Slam set? When it first got launched, and you heard about it, what was your initial feelings on this?
Well, I think we should talk about the next card in the set, which is Cracked Bauble.
Okay,
I put it at a 1 out of 5.
It is definitely a 1 out of 5. Have you ever had to use a Cracked Bauble in a tournament play? Was it you that told me that story, or was that someone else?
No, but I do know people that have won games of Cracked Baubles in tournament settings. It's
funny.
very funny.
Yeah.
Like they've done this at nationals and won games, and like I do not want to be the guy that lost it due to Cracked Bauble.
Oh man. Every time he sees a Cracked Bauble in his booster pack, he's like, "God dang, I remember this one time." But
yeah, I remember at calling Memphis, I think. I went up to somebody and I'm like, "How's it going?" He's like, "I have a Cracked Bauble." And then next round he comes up to me again, and I'm like, "How are you 2-0 Cracked Bauble? How did this happen?"
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. So, what was your initial thoughts on this set, man?
I think it's pretty cool. Like, I'm not a huge wrestling fan, but I do think that I do enjoy it as a form of storytelling that's fairly unique and kind of cool. Like, I cannot be asked to actually keep track of wrestling storylines, but the flavor in this set is so good.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And when it first launched and I saw the trailer, the teaser for it, I was like, "Ugh, God." All right, that's a set that does not interest me. Even when they said it's a Return to Deathmatch Arena, I like the original Deathmatch Arena with the gladiators. And I saw the flavor context with this, and it was so cartoony. And I know that's a big issue sometimes when LSS has this kind of dark fantasy setting, and they intersperse some of this stuff in it. But it's such a break from the other cards we had, Hunted, High Seas, Rosetta, and then we have Super Slam. It's such a departure from that kind of darker fantasy. And I saw this, that's goofy as hell. I'm not interested in this set at all. Then I got excited as the cards started coming. I was like, oh, this is actually really banging, and it uses Brutes and Guardians, both tier classes which I'm interested in. So it might have taken a moment to bless you, Andrew. Bless you for coming onto the show and for sneezing.
Yes, sir.
And Nick, what's your thoughts? Oh, go ahead.
What I like to say is the expansion slots in this set are fantastic.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
These are the most cracked expansion slots I think a set has ever had. What's when the worst card in your set is a hate piece for Count Your Blessings? I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. The expansion slot cards on this alone. I mean, even the reprints they did, it's fantastic. We should actually have an episode where we talk about our thoughts on the expansion slot cards in the CC meta. Maybe we'll have you back on, Andrew, if you did get tired of us tonight from that, with you and Evan both telling me and Ning how wrong we are.
I would love to just have an episode where it's just me and Evan trash talking you. That'd be great.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't trash talk Ning so bad.
Well.
Oh man,
it's part of the trash talk.
So, anyways, So, Ning, what's your final thoughts on the Super Slam?
I mean, I didn't think I'd like the flavor that much, but I think the more cards I've been looking at, the more I'm like, oh yeah, I can see it, and I enjoy the feel of, I guess, how different everybody is. The Guardians are not Guardians that we've known, and then the Brutes are not really the Brutes that we know either. It's very surprising.
All right, now based off the heroes we've seen, cards we just read, outside of the limited format, what would be your recommendation for any new player to grow with this hero for the next foreseeable future? If they were trying to get into this set, what would you recommend to them?
Buy the Armory deck.
So you would say Pleaides, Revered Guardian. Andrew?
Yeah, like I'd say in general, Pleaides is pretty good. I also think like something that's pretty decent to go with is Kayo Armed Dangerous. Like he has an Armory deck, which is kind of hard to get your hands on nowadays because it's been a while. But if you can, like, I think that like he's like a fairly decent deck in the meta now, and he's also just like a hero that, like, well, sometimes he randomly wins games. He like in general requires you to actually try to win.
Yeah,
you have to know what you're doing to win with him in some games.
Yeah, like anyone could pick up a KO Armed and Dangerous and throw the right cards in there, but does not mean they're going to pilot them the effectiveness as a person that has experience. Like the ceiling on KO could be rose and higher. And so a lot of people when they first pick it up, it's like, oh, Oonga Boonga, let me throw cards at you and attack and keep everything above a 6, and it's pretty easy. But that's not the nuances of that deck. The nuances is how you win the games against really strong competitors, at least in my experience. And, you know, seeing how other people pilot the deck. Because when I first picked up KO, it was Oonga Boonga, let me throw cards at you. And then now it's more like, let me think about this methodically, because it does require a little more setup. But that being said, I agree. I think KO Armed and Dangerous is probably the biggest winner in this set. But that being said, I think they're all, like, 4 heroes we got here. I think anyone could pick up a hero and be very happy going into the future, collecting the cards for that specific hero and trying to grow with that hero. All right. Lyath probably still a little bit harder for new players because it's breaking the game in a way that's fundamentally different from the fab math we're used to. But, you know, we're on rate or on value for the cards is above rate for Lyath. That's kind of crazy for me. So, all right, Andrew, any final thoughts, man? We appreciate you coming on. Like I said, I know it was a long cast, you know, so we appreciate it. So, any final thoughts before we wrap this up?
Wait, I'm only at one F-bomb, right?
Yeah. You get one F-bomb. You never used it. Well, I couldn't hear that. Say it again. I'll give you the second F-bomb.
Oh, thank you, man. Fuck Prism.
All right. So, and actually, if anyone wants to find you on Discord, what would be your handle, Andrew?
F Prism, because I hate Prism. Yeah, if you randomly need commons and rares, and you like actually live in like the Northern Atlanta area, I could probably get you stuff.
Yeah.
I will probably charge you money for it, but it will be a small amount, and I can get you cards. Not spend there, please, God, please.
So yeah, Andrew's you know, he's a great player in our local scenes. Always comes in and you know, he's very helpful when new players are trying to learn and grow, especially with more complex decks. Even if you make a misplay, his reaction will tell you if it's a big misplay or not. But if you need cards from Andrew, he's always selling to the locals outside of the store, you know, either commons, rares. Sometimes he'll even throw out like the Majestic Marvels that he's collected. So yeah, if you ever need anything, contact him through Discord. You know, my Discord is at midnight_WI11. And ding, ding, ding. And that's the bells, y'all. So our Super Slam set review comes to a close. We got in the full 12 rounds. Actually, it's going to be like a 4.5-hour video, roughly, with the new heroes, mechanics, and crowd reactions. If there's one thing we learned, it's this. Flesh and Blood isn't just about swinging harder. It's about playing smarter and tuning your deck tighter and knowing when to work the crowd. So that's just pretty much everything. And as we say it, until next time, remember, every turn is a decision, every decision is a story, and don't forget your damn Tunic Counter. Peace.
See ya.